I call this regular meeting of the Wise County Board of Supervisors to order. This is our regular meeting, Tuesday, February the 12th. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Can you hear me? Can we have more volume, please? Just a second, get some adjustments made. Testing. Okay, again, I call this regular meeting of the Wise County Board of Supervisors to order. Today is Thursday, February the 12th, 2026. Madam Attorney, could you do roll call, please?
Supervisor Peters,
Present.
Supervisor Fordline,
Here.
Supervisor Bates,
Here.
Supervisor Atkins, Supervisor Carter,
Here.
Supervisor Lunsford,
Here.
Vice Chair Schoolcraft,
Here.
and Chairman Rivers.
Here. Next order of business is to approve our minutes, and this includes our January 8th regular meeting, and our organizational meeting on that same date. Also, our minutes from January the 15th, our recess meeting January the 28th, another recess meeting on February the 3rd. I need a motion to approve all of these agendas, please.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Fordline made the motion, Mr. Schoolcraft made the second. Are there any changes, any comments to any of these minutes? Any board members? Hearing none, all in favor of approving these minutes as presented, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All of those minutes are now approved. Next is approval of our agenda, and we did have some last minute items that are pretty important to Wise County that we have added in red to this agenda. I need a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of the items in red.
I'll make a motion. Second.
I heard Mr. Carter make the motion, Mr. Atkins made the second to approve our amended agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Next is public hearing. This is the proposed increase in tax rate. It's been advertised, it's on page 20 and 22 in our package. Anyone here this evening wanting to discuss, give us your comments on our proposed tax rates for the coming year? Come to the podium, state your name, your address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. I suspect we'll have several people wanting to speak, so if we could be respectful of the time frame, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Bobby Powers. I'm a banking professional. In my world, if you don't have the money, you don't spend it, and you certainly don't get a raise for losing it. I'm here to reaffirm the point that David Cox has been making. moving the rate to 0.69 when the equalized rate should be 0.55. While this board votes for its own raises, you've been liberal with yourselves, but restrictive with taxpayers. The math doesn't lie. This county received over $7.2 million in ARPA funds after running through that federal money to cover daily bills. We are now in a $6.5 million hole. You used those funds to keep the can down the road, and now the can has hit the wall. Even in this crisis, you voted to give Michael Hatfield a settlement of full pay and benefits for the 6 months after he resigned. If you couldn't balance the budget with $7 million in federal help, why on earth would we trust you with more of ours? I spent the last 2 years in Scott County using FOIA to expose a messy suit that resulted in an administrator stepping down. I promise to bring that same energy here. I will be at the courthouse every week pulling warrant registers and bank statements and credit card accounts, and I will release them to the public. We must look at the cautionary tale of the town of Pound. The General Assembly had to step in and threaten to revoke their charter because they couldn't manage their books. Now Pound is facing the very real possibility of being absorbed by Wise County. If this board cannot show more prudence than they did, you are no better than the Pound board that mismanaged their way into a near extinction. Being forced to absorb a failing town while you yourself are in a $6 million hole will pose a whole new host of problems for both Pound and Wise County. We cannot afford to be the blind lead the blind. Tonight I am beginning a petition under Virginia Code subsection 58.1-3984 for the 245 signatures needed to face a formal appeal of this tax levy. If that appeal and the Commonwealth's review are not fruitful, I am prepared to file a preliminary injunction under the dealing rule. You have the power to tax, but you do not have the power to be arbitrary or abusive with that authority. Do the right thing, listen to the math, and adopt the 0.55 rate that keeps our families home. I'm going to leave the petition back here for everybody to sign. I've made enough copies for everybody to sign. We can take it before the Commonwealth to have this reviewed. They want to give themselves a 25% raise and take care of Mr. Hatfield. They can't do that and tax us a 25% increase. We can't let this happen.
Thank you, Board, and people of the audience. Jerry Hamilton, good some gap. Three things that I'd like to sort of bring out, and I know more to the public. This will be difficult.
Give us your name and address.
Oh, Jerry Hamilton, 410 Ridge Place, good some gap.
Thank you, sir.
They did it. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult on everybody. Yes, we don't wanna be abusive, okay? Let's all be part of the solution to this problem. Yeah, we're upset. Yes, I'm upset. I'm gonna be upset tonight. But let's be respectful in their being upset, please. To the board, to the constitutional officers, I will say when I got that assessment, or the reassessment on the properties in town and the big stone, I was, number one, shocked. Number two, I thought, where do they get those values? And number three, if anybody's willing to give me that and what they've got on paper, I'll just put it right on. Okay, we've got a banking lady here, but you back it up and I'll sign it and give you the money. The problem is the way they went about it. The assessments or the reassessments and everything has been done every 4 years. I agree with Doug on that. I don't think that's a bad plan. I don't think he made a bad move in having local people do it, instead of going with an outside multi-million-dollar firm. I agree with that. But what I disagree with is the values they came up with. So I played the game. I went, requested the hearings, went up and sat down on both pieces of property that I was involved with. And very nice gentlemen. I will say the county's got two very nice employees there. They were very cordial. They were polite. They were knowledgeable. They were well-schooled, well-versed. They had a planned agenda. They were only going to cover that. They did record it. It's all recorded. If anybody wants to do a FOIA request, it's all recorded when you go to one of these. They did lay down, I call it a cat card. I come out of the DOT, FSCSA, so they some cat card. They laid down a cat card with, yes, my place is on it. Yes, a good explanation of it, as far as what's there, pictures of it, yada, yada, yada. And they said, based on their findings, that in Wise County, the property had, one tract of property went up $62,000. I'm sorry. There's no way if his property goes up $62,000. But anyhow, I said, okay, where is the data you used to generate these figures? And he said, well, we have it, but it's up to the taxpayers to do their own investigation and prove us wrong. We stand by what we have. And I told some of the board members they would not let me see that data. I was not privy to that. I told them that if my tax dollars had paid for them to collect that data, then I should be privy to that data. I already paid for it. But I want you to know I don't disagree with the assessment. I disagree with the amount of assessment. And then, fellas, you don't have a budget problem. You've got a spending problem.
Amen.
In the December and January meetings, you agreed, this board agreed, and you all control the budget, fellas, don't look around, okay? And I love every one of you to death. I'm good friends with a lot of people on that board. You all agreed that you sallied these budgets, same as last year, starting back in 2021 and added to it. Now, 2021, you was getting that COVID money in here.
If you could conclude, please. If you could conclude, make a conclusion.
Fellas, no, I will honor, as the board says, the budget is out of control because of spending, not because of taxpayer input, but because of pure overspending. By March, there should be a 10% cut across every department in this county to come in here, and in April, another 5%, and then you balance your budget. Thank you.
Very short, Albert meeting. Gentlemen, I disagree with any tax increase, especially if it's to cover your current overspending, your previous overspending, and to cover for an administrator that should have been doing his job, and he will be paid for not doing his job when he wasn't doing it properly to begin with. And you're going to give him a bonus for it. Y'all been giving bonuses ever since COVID money come out. You're buying new properties and expanding all of these in these different locations. How have you been paid for it? You haven't. You want to pay for them now. Well, this tax increase ain't going to cover your $8 million loss. And you know as well as I do, what you're going to have to do is cut your spending and cover it. You can't use the money for the schools that you have not drawn down on to keep operating, because you're going to have to pay for them schools. And you know that. You knew that when you approved the school. You based it on co-citizen status that you knew were dying. And as they said, Pam is a prime example of it. You know I know firsthand of that. And I had several conversations with every one of you, or one of you extended conversations. You took advantage of a town that misoperated. You took the water and sewer, and you took $1 million, almost $1 million, that they had just been granted to improve water sewer. And you took that to, you took $16 million worth of assets when you were, PSA was $5 million in the hole, how many pounds assets brought you to the flag? Well, who you gonna get to bring you to the flag now? Because this tax increase that you're proposing will not bring you to the flag this year. You cannot continue to operate this year with your current operations. And I know Dolores has been telling you that for a long time. When are you going to cut your costs? That's the only way you can do it. And the only way you can do it right now, your first thing you're going to say is we're going to cut our employees. That's the first thing I've ever seen businesses or governments do is cut your employees. Well, who pays your taxes? Who pays your salaries? And I'm going to say this much about your salaries. When you run for those positions, you knew what they paid. And you sure don't deserve a bonus for not doing your job now or in the past.
Thank you for the opportunity for the community to come and speak before you all tonight. I don't have anything prepared. I was hoping to see this overflow out in
We
the
need
parking
your
lot.
name, address, please.
My name is Mary Moses, 103 West 2nd Street, Eastonia, Virginia. Born and raised in Wise County, Virginia. My family's all maintained employment in Wise County, Virginia. My dad, who's 96 now, worked and paid taxes to Wise County till, well, he's still paying taxes, okay? But he worked 7 days a week, 2 jobs, until he was almost 92. That's the work ethic that you all know, and that's the work ethic we were raised with in Wise County. He has one of the oldest farms in Virginia, one of the oldest over 100-year-old farms. Probably the only one left in Wise County. We're not making money. As you know, the costs have absorbently gone out of sight. Okay? We're losing money, but that's my heritage, and I want to keep it. And I'm proud of the family name that has maintained that 4 generations back. Wise County, as you know, the population continues to decrease. All right? We're at one of the highest poverty levels in the state of Virginia. Now, we're not only looking at a budget deficit in Wise County, we're looking at a statewide proposal of up to 35% increase in taxes. All right? You cannot maintain these schools, which we cannot even make the payments on. We're just barely making the principal on them. So, you all are business people. You had math back when they really taught math, and you should understand what a budget is and how to make a budget work. We're not doing that. Most of you have been on this board for years, all right? We have to change the manner and way we're doing in order for Wise County to continue to exist. All right, I want my children to be able to stay here, but we have been seeing Tennessee people come over and buy groceries in Virginia. Kentucky people come to Wise County to buy groceries because it was cheaper. That's no longer going to happen. All right, we cannot maintain this increase. You have to go back. You have to make changes. You all run businesses. You all understand how it works. This is just not acceptable, all right? I don't need to read the facts of the poverty level is over 20% in Wise County. Who's paying these taxes? I can count and still keep counting till my 3 minutes are up. The business people in Wise County that made the money and moved out of the state of Virginia. Still living. Okay, there's not going to be anybody left here to pay these taxes or pay for these schools. Data centers will do it. Data centers will provide not one job, all right? Nuclear modular unit that I asked one of you on the board about 2 months ago what to do about it. You told me you didn't know much. One of the other persons on this board came into that discussion, took over, and it became a very unprofessional, not polite situation. You need to be knowing what these are. You need to be bringing businesses into Wise County. Data centers don't provide jobs. Nuclear module provides no jobs
If you
of
could
people
conclude
trained
your
in Wise
comments,
County.
please.
I'm sorry, my
Conclude
comment?
your comments, please.
My comments maintain to being able to pay these taxes increases. When we have no jobs, we have no employment, we have a poverty level of over 20%. And that's with the median income of 2 people and a family of 50,000 a year. I don't make 50,000 a year in Social Security. How many people in Wise County, you should have those numbers, how many people in Wise County are living on Social Security? You go from every town in this county, and I've been through them, the houses are falling down. People can't pay the taxes that they have to pay now. All right? How many people are gonna be left in 5 years? Your population continues to decline. Who's gonna pay your taxes? How many of you here are gonna continue to be on this board in 5 years? Who's gonna be here to pay these taxes? These people right here. These working people right here, still trying to hold and maintain a job. All right, what's our minimum wage here in Wise County? $7 and something is an average wage. Can you all maintain this? Raise your hand if you can maintain this kind of income and pay this kind of tax.
Ma'am, you need to conclude your comments, please.
Thank you, thank you.
I'll keep my comments very brief. My name is Pamela Bates. I live at 4631 Tacoma Mountain Road. I am retired. There's a lot of people that I know that are retired. We cannot keep up at this sort of taxes. I'd like to know how these assessments were even done. No one came on their property that we saw. We also have a small piece of property on High Knoll. It started out, we purchased it from a family member years ago, intending for my husband to use it as a little hunting cabin. It has had no, I am talking about 0 improvements in all those years. It is a trailer. So we all know, I think, that trailers depreciate in value. They don't appreciate in value. You know what the percentage increase in the tax assessment for that building alone was? 400%. Went from $3,000 to $15,000. $12,000 for a piece of property. Well, that's just for the building. It's not counting a small piece of land that's a little less than an acre. It has no utilities whatsoever. No power, no water, no sewer. Nothing. You can imagine the shape that it's in, and we'll probably try to sell it if anybody will buy it at this sort of tax rate. This is pathetic. We were shocked. That doesn't even include our primary residence. There's 2 parcels of land on our primary residence. Both of them increased by an average of about 34%. But 400%, now that's a total for the property and the buildings and home. But 400% for a trailer that's had no improvements. How do you justify this? I'd like an answer to that. How do you justify a 400% increase? Did anybody go out and look at these properties? If they did, I'd like to know who assessed them because they don't know what they're doing. And that's all I say.
Good evening, my name is Andrea. I'm from Town, Virginia, and I'm a taxpayer and resident in Wise County. My first question is, how could you justify increases of 25% or more, along with 30 to 50% increases in property assessments this year alone? In a county with a declining population Many of the people in our community who are here today, I'm listening to seniors, I'm hearing families with fixed incomes, low-income residents. They thought the average was 50,000. No, it's like more like 40 now. The average household around here is about 40,000, and the people here don't have large reserves of income or savings or investments coming in. These are people choosing between basic needs such as groceries, medical expenses, medication, utilities, and property taxes now. The action of increasing taxes and property values simultaneously is unjustified taxation that aims to make communities worse. When you raise taxes this dramatically, you are not justifying the budget, you're creating financial shock. That's why we're here today. That's why I'm here today, is to share that with you. I don't want to live in a community who's pushing seniors out of their homes, putting financial strains on working families that are already struggling, and making it harder for next generations to stay here. In a county that is already losing population, policies like this will only accelerate the decline. At the same time, we're being told the county is living paycheck by paycheck because accounts were overstated and reserves were drained. Yet the public has heard about bonuses, salary increases, speculative projects that have been piecemeal behind it within the numbers, and payouts. This creates a serious abuse of taxpayer trust, and it's a problem. If there truly is a financial crisis, the solution must start with the government, not with the taxpayers. Families have to cut their spending when money gets tight. The board should do the same. We're asking to clear public commitment to transparency and to identify at least $2 to $5 million in annual spending cuts before a tax increase could even be considered. And we will not accept major projects being broken into small pieces to hide the true costs from the public. If a large project requires infrastructure and long-term commitments, it needs to be put together and posted. The citizens of this county are not an unlimited funding source. We the people deserve transparency, accountability, and proof this government will tighten its own belt before reaching out of its pockets again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Lane. I live at 213 Chestnut Lane, Big Stone Gap, Virginia. I think what y'all are proposing is ridiculous, one. But the problem here isn't just a tax and spending problem. It's a complete government mismanagement problem. You all have been up there for, many of y'all for decades. This, and the art goes back at least 25 years. So we were made promises in 2008 that you all accepted and community told you was wrong with this coal plant that was built at the Virginia City Highway. And then it never came with the tax revenue it was supposed to have, it never created the jobs it was supposed to. And then you all accepted these promises from these outside entities that wanted to come in and use us, as they always do, and made debt commitments to it. And now, here we are, 25, I ran across an article earlier, this happened, where I was included when this was happening. And I was quoted myself in this. We are going to have to pay for the decisions they are making now. We are going to have to live with the consequences of it. And here we are 25 years later, the consequences are here. You all made debt commitments based on promises that were delusional on their face at the time. And ignored community, doing the same thing you're doing with data centers now, where we are up here telling you what we don't want and what we do want, and we wanna work on these issues and fix our county together. And what do? The next day, you all go and announce a gas line after telling us we didn't know anything about data centers or about how they're being produced. Right after we defeated your referendum, that you all use taxpayer money to lobby against us all. But this isn't just a tax and spending problem. You all are the problem. You all need to be replaced. This is ridiculous. Everyone of y'all that are trying to force residents to pay for your all's mistakes of the last several decades, when does it end? I came up here 3 months ago, back in November, and had the same conversation about the data centers and about the nuclear developments that you all are doing, and hiding information from us, and we've been fighting to try to pull out the smallest bit of detail, beyond the sales pitch you all make. We wanna know all the details. We're not idiots. We know that things have costs, we know that things have downside, we know things have upside, and we know there's opportunities and challenges. We all know that we're taught SWOT analysis in middle school. Why don't you all use that? Why don't you allow us to see that? You know, make those things public. And if you all keep pushing this, you all should all be replaced. It's nonsense. This doesn't even feel real. Like this is so ridiculous of an option. Like this feels like a bait and switch, like we did with the school, where you made that giant monstrosity of a proposal up on the hill with all the schools in one place, so that the other schools would move better. Is this what that is? Or is it because like 25% tax increase is nuts? And you know, so what is y'all's game plan? This doesn't feel like this. This doesn't sit well. I don't understand what's going on here, but it doesn't seem like what we're being presented with is what's going on in the background, and we need to know. Thank you.
My name is Jane Brown. I live at 6157 Big Snake Road, Big Stone Gap, Virginia. I'm one of those people that lives on Social Security. And I can't afford one more thing. I mean, times are tough. I got my reassessment paper, and I flipped out. Then, I mean, I've got a broke down old truck. That's my farm truck. It's a 96 Toyota that's rusted out. And I'm paying more taxes on it now than I did when I first got it. Because it's an antique. I mean, really, I have to live on a budget. You have to too. And I take this, I look at your website, under government, and then under budget information and financials. And I red flagged something that I thought, this happened on August the 12th, I purchased for Rogue Fitness foam rollers and yoga mats for $854. On August the 12th, Amazon inversion table for $359. And this is last year, not September the 3rd, for an inflatable hot and cold tub for $2,500. Master spas on September the 3rd for a 3-person sauna. And on October the 8th, from Grand Piano and Furniture Company, we got 2 massage chairs for $13,149, and all that totaled $24,763.29. I have to ask, who's it for? I mean, really, what else is in there? There's pages and pages and pages of stuff that I don't understand, and I don't understand how we've gotten here. It's incompetence. This happened, the last purchase for for this was maybe in October. And I think the treasurer, Wise County treasurer came up, it was either November or the December meeting, and told y'all, you're broke. You didn't know it before you made purchases like this. I'm flabbergasted. Thank you.
Evening. My name is Brian Adams. I live in Big Stone Gap, 20 East 5th Street. I have a little bit different point of view. I came here 2 years ago from Florida and purchased a historic building downtown Big Stone Gap, went about fixing it up. And since I've got here, I've really enjoyed it, but I will tell you, if you raise my taxes 25%, I will sell it. And I will go to a state that I don't have. I promise you that will happen. You won't get any other people to come up here and buy buildings and run businesses. This is awful, especially with the 50 added taxes that we just got from Richmond. We can't handle it. This area cannot accept a California or New York tax code. We don't have the base for it. I promise you, you don't. You have to cut. I don't care who did it. I don't care whose fault it was. It's on y'all now. Find some fiscal responsibility. If you don't, it's going to go downhill, even worse than it is now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name's James Herman, and I reside at 1758 Holton Avenue, East in Big Stone. I'm here to join the growing number of county residents who are rightfully upset about the proposed property tax increase. For the record, I'm not philosophically opposed to taxes. They provide schools, they provide roads, they do things that we need to live a good quality of life. What really angers me, though, are the circumstances surrounding the proposed tax hike, the result of a board of supervisors that neglected their fiscal responsibilities and flouted ethics, if not the actual law. Many of us, as you've heard tonight, are struggling to manage higher food prices, healthcare premiums, tariffs, cost of living, everything else. And I'm sure that many in this room have wondered after receiving their proposed tax increases, mine I think was, valuation was 31.5% increase, whether they should pick up or leave. I'm not sure I can afford to stay. Especially frustrating is that rather than appealing to voters for ideas in terms of generating revenue through encouraging economic diversification, which towns like Big Stone Gap have done really well. It's remarkable. You threw your weight behind the development of SMRs, natural gas facilities, and data centers. Data centers that won't have to pay a penny more than homeowners and property taxes, despite the immense toll they take on area water resources and the environment, the fact that they're public nuisances and noise polluters, and they actually devalue property in the surrounding areas. And you continue to support, without soliciting public input, and almost completely behind closed doors, the development of these nuclear reactors, an untested and risky form of energy production, and only stands to become more dangerous as the EPA just relaxed regulations of the nuclear industry. So I'm going to give you all the benefit of the doubt and assume that you are not just incompetent, but suspending that, what leads me to perhaps some darker questions about what's really going on is, do you want residents to leave? Do you want out-migration? I can't help but wonder if you stand to benefit from the development of these data centers and SMRs, and whether you realize that if you jack up property taxes and make it cost prohibitive for residents to live here, all the while establishing nuclear reactors in their schools or churches or a college campus, people are going to flee, they're going to leave, they don't want to live near that stuff. This is not economic development, it's economic sabotage. This scenario reflects the long-standing truism about Appalachia that it is a sacrifice zone for the rest of the nation's energy needs. Here we are again. My cynical side wonders if that is the end game, depopulation. I know I've seen a lot of people, heard people here and seen people resign. The board has driven the county into a financial crisis. They violated Virginia election laws, signed non-disclosure agreements, and without a doubt, they've acted unethically. And I say, why wait for the resignations? We need just 10% of all the voters who voted in the last elections for the board of supervisors to sign a petition, and we can get the process going and recalling the board.
My name is David Thompson. I live 1640 Shamrock Road. I think everybody knows who I am. You're about as nervous as I was 10 years I worked for the county saying this, but you're all faced with a lot of big decisions. And 4 of you on the board when I worked for you all, 4 weren't. And the population of Wise County has declined 42,000 in 2009 to 35,000 in 2025. You're going to have to, I'm not going to make friends, you're going to have to increase taxes somewhat, but I think the increase is excessive. I think, I told the board when I still worked for you guys, 7 years ago, that coal settlers was declining. This was coming. And planning was the problem, like communication was the problem. And I've talked to a lot of people, I've talked to several board members, and I think that you've got to look at the cuts first before you increase taxes. That's got to happen. I know I did a budget for 10 years for you guys. And I don't think I ever had many questions from any of y'all. The school system, I was here with consolidated schools, that was not a fun time for the county. But I did get a promise from the school system, they would help with the debt service. They only provided $700,000 in my mind to make that happen. And the sheriff's office is higher than surrounding counties. I know that everybody loves the sheriff's office, I love the schools, I love everybody. But these citizens here, I'm a CPA now, my prayer. I do tax returns, I know what these guys are doing. And it'll seem like a lot of tax increase to you guys, but it is. And we have fluff in the county. I was here, I know what fluff is. I jokingly said, bring me back and I'll fix it. But yeah, it takes board members. But I don't want to beat board members up, and I know that that's the feel of a lot of people. I'm trying to reason here. Ms. Mullins knows how I am a little bit. I'm on her to say this, but we need to look at cuts for the county first. She's been working, I have communicated with her a few times about where cuts can be made and things like that, but there are excessive purchases by the county. Those some of the things mentioned from citizens, that's true. I looked at expenditures, I know that to be true. But you as a board can't make all that happen. Ms. Mullins was not the administrator in that time. You hired an engineer to do an accountant's job, and I know the budget, that's what my trade is. I've got a master's in business, and you've got to make those decisions, and you often only make decisions based upon what you know. If you're not getting the best information, but we've got to make the cuts. The cuts have to be made in the county before we raise taxes. I'm not for the full tax increase. I think we go somewhere below that, because my fear, if you go that full amount, the cuts may or may not happen. Because when I look in government, you forget sometimes how the citizens out here are living. Every dollar that you make, every dollar that y'all spend, someone made it. Whether it be the teachers, if you raise taxes, it's on the teachers, it's on the healthcare workers, it's on the retired people, it's on everybody. And I think it's very important that the decision y'all make tonight be somewhere, and I know since it's not popular, I know the budget, there's going to have to be a tax increase. We've lost coal settlers. To maintain what we have, we won't have to raise taxes, but I think the amount proposed is excessive. That's why I came tonight. I didn't know if I was going to speak or not, but I think it's important for the board to look at that and make a decision not to put all it shouldn't go on the citizens for the full burden of what's happening. Thank you.
Name's Mark Lunsford. I live in Colbert, Virginia. I own the drag strip down there. And to pay this tax hike on 26 acres, it's going to kill me. Trying to retire. I'm a disabled veteran. the Veterans Administration fights, don't want to give me my retirement, Social Security disability, they want to fight, they don't want to give it. Nobody wants to give up any money, but we have to try to make a living, because there's no real businesses around here except call centers to try to make a living. I've been a salesman for about 30 years, 25, I'm not that old. But, man, it's hard right now. You got the crazy governor up in the crazy Richmond area, who is crazy attacking 2A rights, putting taxes on dog walking. Give me a break, man. Those are people who Uber and working people, not rich people, but the people who are barely making a living as it is. It's nuts. So you start looking at this thing from a microeconomic viewpoint that citizens have, not a macroeconomic, and it becomes hard to handle. You start panicking and maybe looking at the free state of Tennessee or the free state of Kentucky, and you say, hell, out of it. And I budget, and I have money taken out each month to cover my taxes. Because if I waited and tried to pay all this at one time, I'd be more in the hole than you guys are. So I better get my money. And if I write one bad check, I'll end up in jail. You guys write all kinds of bad checks. And these people are crazy. We're tax. From the minute we leave the house till we come back to the house. And now you can put more taxes on us. I mean, is this a feudalism system? Are we just serfs and you guys are kings and queens up there? We're not. That's over. It's over. I'd like to see it coming for every damn dollar you guys spend and get that in the state that each month that's in my house. And see what it's going on. Where are the jobs? Where's the vision? If you don't expand your tax base somewhere besides the people, you're going to fail. The end.
Hello, my name is Daniel Rollins. I'm from 4210 Powell Valley Road. I'm in JH's district there, and I want to thank you for what you do. But I'm also disappointed. You all have failed us. We elected you all to do a job. We are $8 million in debt because somebody didn't do the job. My question is, why do we have to pay for your mistakes? I'm totally against any tax increases, and I demand that you all fix this. You all are on notice. You all are elected officials. I challenge the citizens of Wise County to take charge of this county. To stand up, run against these people, and change what's going on. You all can sit back here and complain all you want, but till you walk in their shoes, you don't know what to do. I give them that. But it's time. We can't afford this no more. Yeah, taxes are going to raise because of inflation. But there's no excuse for this. Why didn't you all listen to your treasurer? You all was warned about this before it ever happened. You all know this. Now tell me why. Why do you want to raise my taxes? Why do you want to raise all these hard-working people's taxes? Because you all failed us. Why? I know most of you personally, or a lot of you. I think the world of you. But this is not acceptable. It's time you all do your job. If you cannot do your job, I request you resign. If I work for a corporation and I put that corporation $8 million in debt, do you think I would have a job?
That's exactly right. They'd be wanting to know what I've done with $8 million. I do appreciate you all. I do want to support you. But this raising taxes this time ain't working. You all helped to put us in this mess. You got the end of the fiscal year and then you got the next election to fix it. If not, if these people here got any backbone at all, they're going to stand up and take charge. This isn't DC and this isn't Richmond. And if you all sit on your butts and don't do nothing, I don't want to hear you say nothing about it. It's your own fault we're in this place. We should be knowing what was going on. Thank you.
Are there others wishing to address the board this evening on this tax issue?
Good evening. I'm Sharon Fisher, 19 Julie Avenue, Big Stone Gap. One of the things I wonder about, I know you can answer our questions, why do you have a public hearing on an issue the same night you're going to vote on it? Because you already know how you're going to vote. So everything people have said, I believe it was at your February 3rd meeting, budget meeting, you've already voted on the tax rate that you're going to do. The other thing I want to mention, and I mentioned this a couple of months ago, how to get more tax money. You know that absentee landowners, the National Forest, and the 152,000 acres of the Nature Conservancy, not all of that in Wise County, but all of those together make up about 80% of the land in Wise County. And you're depending upon the residents to make up the bulk of the difference. I know you all love Delegate Kilgore, and several years ago, he drafted legislation that under the Dillon rule, that would allow localities to have a different tax rate for absentee landlords, and then he voted for what he said it might not be constitutional. Well, we don't know unless you try. So I would encourage you to appeal to Delegate Kilgore to work to give you the power to increase the rates on these absentee landlords, 65,000 acres owned by in Virginia, that you get very little tax on. Thank you.
All right, my name is Dave Dorsey. I live out on the Wise Mountain. I moved here about 40 years ago. Company I worked for at the time, I said this would be a good place for me to work and live. And I've been here before. I did a lot of calling on mines in this area, Tennessee, West Virginia, Kentucky. And they gave me a choice, to live down there. I took it, I liked it, my wife liked it, and I lived here 40-some years. It used to be, I'd meet other salesmen and stuff, in Kentucky or somewhere, and they said, "Hey, Dorsey, where do you live?" I said, "Well, I live in Wise, Virginia." And they said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "When we're down there, we like to stay down there, get our meals and eat in the motel room and watch the Board of Supervisors." I said, "Well, I'm trying." But I'm going to tell you, in the business world, when I worked in, you made short-term, long-term plans. Everything was always changing. Now, we're having this big discussion about taxes. I think it's an exorbitant amount. But have you looked at the demographics in our county And where are you gonna get this money from? You know, how many people, you know, are fixed income? How many people are on the dole? I mean, how many people own the property that are absentee landlords? And I wanna know, I'd like to have an answer to this question. If that power plant over there at St. Paul shuts down, what's gonna happen to our taxes in this county? Now, I've heard talk they would like to shut it down, but the power companies, you know, keep, the state government's keeping it working. Now, but they're on schedule from what I gather, and when they want to shut it down. Now, what's that gonna do for our tax base here? Does that mean more taxes for all of us to make up that difference? What's our short-term, long-term plans for this? We're in a predicament right now. Let's look at it that way. Let's make a monthly plan, 6-month plan, 5-month plan, 20-year plan. Where does the county want to be in 20 years? When I moved here 40-some years ago, beautiful county. And I still think it's a beautiful county. But, you know, fiscal responsibility, you know, you gotta, it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. So you gotta look into this. Thank you.
Gentlemen, all three, 5329, Eastern Road, North Virginia, North Advance, Bristol, Wise County. I expressed agreement on the Senate on portability, that was expressed previously. Especially want to agree with the woman who spoke before me on the out-of-state landlord, absentee landlord, things of that nature. And I understand the tax that exists, that has to be addressed, but as the tax, it's in the remit power to do so. Have you not considered a tax on second and higher properties? Especially for prevention, the first home, you can't get tax out of that, you're not gonna work that, you have to leave. The people on more and more property here, who may not afford to pay a bit more to cover that, and people who can't, and make some kind of, can still be able to sit on property land without being kicked off.
My name is Daniel Nelson, Wise Virginia, 6508 Gilman Road. My question here is, have you all heard everything's been said? What is it? I work for the county, retired from the county. I didn't get no plaque. You don't even know me. But I introduced myself. That's Dr. Nelson. In the county all his life. God rest his soul. Dead now. My mom just died. She's gone. The county intrusive on my property, putting in that sewer from the fairground, put that subdivision in, and I told them, I said, gravity flow. You all had a map of all these different ways of flowing the sewer. I went up there and showed them which way to go. That's the way we went, except for going down through my property, it would have been gravity flow. Guess what? You got a pump station out there. A pump station. Do you all know that? You know there's a pump station out there for sewer? Nobody's gonna answer? You get a bill for it, where it could have been all gravity flow. Now, the J.J. Kelly High School, not your property to sell. We already paid for it. This is the J.J. Kelly High School. I heard all kinds of whatever you're going to do with that property out there. That's revenue that should be going on or being worked with for taxes. Appalachian High School, same way. Pound High School, same way. It's already been bought and paid for. What are y'all gonna do with it? There's people wants it, I know. They're already talking about shutting the road down in front of J.J. Kelly High School. Now, get back to Mr. Hatfield and his, you know, like I said, I was at the county. And I retired out there. But he needs to be audited about what happened with all this code. And I'm gonna tell you, I like the police department. We got probably the best police department out here ever. We got plenty of protection, that's for sure. But they got all kinds of benefits and raises. The time I was out there, the county, the landfill did not even get any of that protection for 6 months after everybody stopped going to the county and going to their house with their computers and stuff. We stayed in. We were there. We didn't get nothing. And I'm not speaking on anybody, don't come on anybody's authority up there. I'm speaking on my behalf. We didn't get protection for 6 months after all the COVID was going on. Nobody came and rescued us, and we were living in it. Hospitals were coming in there, we were living in them. No protection. We went to all towns to get the trash. And we delivered it where it's supposed to go. No protection.
Sir,
That's how much it is.
conclude your comments, please.
I just hope that everybody listen to everything that's been said right here. Because you can do something about it. Don't turn a blind eye. I didn't just show up here, we've lived here. My whole family's lived here. And I believe a lot of you know what I'm talking about. But I know you can do better. I know you can. Thank you.
Hello. I'm a resident of Wallace County. I live in Wallace and Bear Hills. I just wanted to ask.
What's your name, please?
My name is Rebecca Gillum. I just want to ask, where's the money going? Let's look around at our towns. Over falling apart. Appalachian, falling apart. Town, falling apart. I mean, yeah, it's gone, basically. So where is the money going? That's what we want to know. It's not going to our teachers, right? It's not going to our schools, or like he said, they're paid for. Supposedly, they get grant money, right? We know that. That's why they push the SOL scores. Okay? Which, I mean, I'll not be ignorant to some of it. You all are doing, redoing pound water finally. I can't tell you how many times my in-laws have had to shower at someone else's house because of the water being cut off. You know, I mean, that's good, but where else does it go? The roads. VDOT does most of the roads. We can't even get our neighborhoods straight when it snows. Where is the money going? I really feel like we need a cut and dry. This is where it's going. And if it's to a 3-person spot, the answer is no.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the board this evening on the tax rates?
My name's Charles Overload. We're trying to survive 10427 Rollsport, Colorado, Thank you. I'm a military veteran. I didn't get a chance to go to college because I was drafted right straight out of high school. That built my physical while I was still in high school. And I'm a 40-year coal miner. And I might have been more than the car than last night. I just want to give one example. I remember when I worked for Westmoreland Coal Company. Westmoreland this year. His answer was yes. And Glenn Williams looked at him and said, something's not right about this. You're filing bankruptcy and you're getting a bonus? I'm not gonna mention no names, but I know a few people on board that knows about this. And it's just, it's not right. Cuts need to be made elsewhere. The county administrator, I don't know exactly how much he was making. I heard it's between $160,000 and $180,000. That's a little much. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Selkage, and I live at 6619 Road, Wise, Virginia. I do not believe that we should accept tax increases, any of them, when it is clear that you guys didn't know how to do a budget. And you don't have any idea what you're spending, or who is approving expenditures like spa chairs, like massage chairs. Who got the benefit of that? How can all of these things be going on and you not be aware of them? And I want to say that I've been looking, and the only one I've looked at is the Nature Conservancy, in West County. And I am astonished at what the real estate taxes is. Do you know how much? What percentage of our county is owned by out-of-state landowners? Do you know how much the Nature Conservancy has? And there's a couple there. It's astonishing. You cannot continue to pay businesses and cater to certain people with no taxes or the lowest tax rates in the state and suck it to your citizens. You cannot continue to do that. So, I would say you should look in the mirror and ask yourself, how in the hell did this happen? How many years has it been going? We all know that coal was a finite resource. You deny solar. You don't like sun because it doesn't have a cost. And it doesn't go away. And coal does because it's a finite resource. How many times in the past have you asked someone to explain to you how much we have left? Have you asked them with what's left here that they know of? How many communities does that have to invade just to get it? Move in 1,500 feet away. It's not fair to treat your citizens that way. You are treating us like trash, but you treat some of these other entities like it's all wrong and you can have some. So let's think about it. It's your job to do a balanced budget. And you should make plans for long-term debt. That has to be a part of every year's thinking. And I wish you'd do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, most people know me on the Board of Supervisors. I'm the former owner of Down Hall out in the Georgia Country Club. It was in business for probably 56, 57 years. About 5 years ago, you all taxed me out of business.
Just give me your name, please.
My name's Doug Gilmore, 5852 Down Hall Road.
Thank you.
I used to own Down Hall Mountain Resort and Country Club. Well, tax rate kept increasing on my property to the point that I couldn't afford to pay it. So I ended up selling my business. And the guy that has purchased my business is probably planning to reopen the golf course, which would draw a lot of tourism and people back to Wise County. But with the increase of the tax rate, you will not do that. What the board doesn't realize is that not only me, but the other businesses are going to decline if you raise the tax rate. Because the people will not be spending the money, they will not be supporting these other businesses. So the only people you're gonna wind up with is Walmart and, 4 or 5 more people. The Board of Supervisors needs to run the county as a business. And if you can't afford to run it as a business, when you get to the point that you're running out of money, you have to lay off people, you have to stop, you have to shut things down. The citizens of Wise County, I've been here all my life. Citizens of Wise County cannot afford tax increase. With the rate that y'all have come along and reassessed all the property, now you will raise the tax rate and match that. That will cripple the majority of the people in the county, so they don't have the money. They don't have the money to go spend at the local businesses. So the local businesses will shut down. I mean, what y'all are doing is destroying Wise County. And I've been a resident of Wise County all my life, so have my parents did. And you wouldn't see all these people here today if they didn't have a problem with y'all raising the tax rate.
My name is Michael Jordan. I live in 64 Cherry Lane, in Gray Hills. I think the major question really is just, who do you want to live here? I mean, my grandmother, she's on Social Security, she can't afford anything, she's taking care of her disabled uncle full time. She couldn't work if she wanted to, if she was young enough to, she couldn't. And they're cutting that left and right, so I mean, she's not gonna be able to afford to live here anymore. I own a business in the area. I'm sure many other people here own businesses in the area and want to stay here. We all know each other, and we all love each other, care for each other. Is that we want to stay here, or do we want people who can afford to live here after we do this? I'm not real sure what the goal is here, but half the people I know have been to move already. And once they're gone, some are already gone. And we've talked about it. I mean, you're changing Wise County completely. And it's not, I don't think it's for the better. And that's all.
Dave Morris, 7979 Street. I wasn't going to come up with this, but I had to. You know, me and my wife are on Social Security. Some months we got to choose. Do I get insulin? Do I get food? Do I ask my daughters for this help or that help? I go to the state. They don't help. You make $37,000 a year. You make too much. Really? But you can go out here, Amazon, spa treatment, tables, anything else you want to spend. But when it comes to groceries on my table, insulin, that I need to live. Well, do I need to live? Nothing. But you can do all this and raise our taxes 25%. I have never had a job where I got a 25% raise. And you all tell me really? We need to fire every one of you.
Good evening, my name is Wayne Phillips. I live at 6649 Union Hall Road in Norton. It's a county address. First thing I'd like to mention is, can the guy on the projector screen here, can he bring up the Commissioner Revenue site that shows the tax relief form for the seniors and disabled? So you got any way of putting that on the screen? I hear a lot of people talk about their relatives that are low income. Currently, right now, on the Commissioner Revenue's website, you can find the forms to fill out. If a person's income in the household is less than $40,000, and if their assets, that's with cars, 401k plans, things like that, if those are under $80,000, then they can qualify for a $200 tax credit on this right here. And if you didn't know that, please go to the Commissioner Revenue site, and you can call the Commissioner Revenue's office. But here's the thing, if enough people do it, this board has the power to take it away. And then we have the power to get them out of the office the next time the vote comes up. Okay? I'm making sure that this place was spending. I don't know if you guys were aware, but when this school right here was built, there was the option to heat this building, put all the cooking equipment on natural gas. But because of political division between the people in the county, they would not even bring it, I don't think the school board would bring it back to you guys, because they were afraid that the lady, I think it was from Big Stone at the time, wouldn't approve to build the new schools. They would have made this building cheaper to heat. See, put gas heat, and they wouldn't do it. That's the best example of the leadership this county has. Stupidity. Please don't be stupid like those people in the past. Thank you for your time.
Walter Brown, 6855 Mercer Road. It took me a half hour to find this stupid place. You gotta put some signs out there where this place is. The last time I was up here was way before COVID for primary, and that was over the cafeteria. It wouldn't hurt to put a few signs out when you move your meeting, and we need OSO senior citizens cannot afford increases in property taxes. And this, whoever did this valuation did not know a dang thing about land. The little piece of square feet you couldn't put a 10 by 10 building when they doubled the rate on it. 30% increase is ridiculous. I don't think that whoever did the evaluations ever went and looked at the properties. Because some of them were landlocked and they still had a 30% increase in valuation. So we don't need any tax increase, we need a tax decrease, and we need to get some people to know what they're doing in this county.
My name is Jason Hutchison. I'm from Pound, Virginia. I've lived in my residence for 42 years. And I had a $35,000 increase on my assessment. This time, more than I've had in the whole 42 years that I've lived there. And I paid almost $200 more in taxes in the last 2 years than what I paid in the past. And a 25% increase is just way out of park. And I think that y'all need to look at getting jobs in this area and creating revenue. And the problem with that is the people that have businesses is going out of business because of regulations and taxes, and it's just, they can't afford to stay on. And these water lines are put in, 10 years ago, they put new water lines in Pound. And now they're putting more water lines in. My understanding was they put water lines to everybody in Pound. I was the last person to put water lines in. And they ended up not running it all the way to my house because they said there's our money. And I ended up paying, hey, run on to my house. And it's just things like that, you know, just on and on and on. I remember one time they paved the road behind Foodland over Pound. They paved the road, they put a new guardrail up. 2 weeks later, they come and dug over beside the guardrail and put a new water line in. The guardrail fell over the hill, and then they went up there and dug across 2 places across the new hard dock they put down. And there's just no communication with things like that. And, you know, I think we can do better. And I don't think that we need a tax increase. I'm on a fixed income household. I worked 40 years in mines, and I worked hard. And I had a 401k. I got cancer, and I used a lot of my 401k. But I know there's people that don't draw near what I do, and I don't know how they make it. I don't know how. It takes everything I have. By the time I pay my electric, my water, and my water has increased $10 the last 2 months each month. And you know, I just don't know that. I just pray that the Lord will help you all find a way through this. And
Oh, my name's Jared Landry. I live in Big Stone Gap. I guess I'm just trying to figure some of this out, listen to everybody and what I've read. But, I'm understanding that somebody has a list of properties, and if you go ask about it, it's none of our business. You're gonna do that. Well, people in White County's heard. It's not a rich county. People, like on fixed income, like I am, you know, we struggle anyway. Everything's very expensive. We don't get the raises like everybody else. You know, what I'm understanding, you know, there was a person here that, he got a very high salary, and, was also paid a bonus after he left. I'm assuming you guys get paid the same thing, I don't know. And then they give out $500 bonuses to, I don't know how many people, and we pay for that. We pay for your salaries. I think the salaries are too much. I think if you're gonna increase our tax of 25%, you let that be deduction of 25%. We're having this meeting. So that tells me that this meeting really means nothing. That you're just going through the procedure, and then you're gonna go leave here, and you'll say, well, we're gonna do it anyway. So I don't know why we're having a meeting. I don't think it's productive. And to be honest with you, and this is just my thoughts, I think that a lot of us have been here a long time, and you're just here for a salary. I don't think that you're here to serve the public, and I feel like some of y'all step down been here pretty long, we need fresh people that knows how to.
Hello, everybody. Bonnie Aker, 619 Prestige Drive, Wise. And, I've just got a few thoughts on the situation. And a few things that I want to bring to attention. A lot of good things have been said, but I know Mr. Hatfield left, you might say under a cloud, but Mr. Hatfield served at your all's pleasure. He didn't spend anything or get a salary that you all did not approve. So, you know, everybody is responsible for this situation, really and truly. And, it seems to me like there's a lot of cuts that could be made in the county. And Ms. Smith did tell you all that you were in bad shape. And I don't know, we did listen, I don't know how it went, but it seems to me like the salaries have been too high for the job done. If you compare the salaries, I'll say, of the big wigs to other counties and the school systems, it seems to me like your salaries are way outside. And so cuts are going to have to be made. I've run a business, I started a business. And I know all about hard work, I know about making cuts, and making it from payday to payday, and paying your bills. My dad was Tom Aker, who worked at Wise Lumber since the 50s. Daddy was my mentor. And so you have to live within your means. And you can't just steal money because it's not coming out of your pocket, it's coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. So a couple of little thoughts that have really bothered me. There's decisions been made, like I heard the other day, of a data bridge. We have not had an open meeting on data centers, and our neighbors over in Tennessee put a 2-year moratorium on data centers till they studied them and the effect they would have on the community. And I don't want to live like people in Eastern Northern Virginia live, with data centers in your face everywhere we go. So look at data centers, look at nuclear waste. You know, it seems like that was a done deal before we even heard about it. Nuclear waste is not going away. And nuclear waste, when you put it on the side, like it's a plan, these are strip mine lands. They're not level like geologic layers. They're all mixed up. They're like a cake that's been made. So nuclear waste is going to be there for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's going to be there for, if we live and make it, it's going to be there for your great-great-great-great-grandchildren. And who knows what's going to be happening then. So you have, but beyond those two things, we need, and you all, to have open meetings and discuss these things. You do serve us. We need information on these things. So don't let us read it in the paper that it's happening. So, and even I know we are in a safe area. We advertise we're safe. I think we have the same number of police force that they have in Avondale. Eddington has, eventually, a lot more population and a lot more space. And I don't want you to lay off or get rid of anybody, but when somebody comes to retirement age, how about seeing if you can cut down our expenses on our police force?
Ma'am, if you could conclude your comments, please.
Thank you for your attention.
Is there anyone else? I'd like to see something.
Hello, my name is Regina Gilly. I live at 8813 Red Maple Drive in Wise. I also have a farm on Maples Gap in Big Stone Gap. Our property taxes went up 37.5% on our home. On our farm, it doubled. Our assessment doubled. And our farm is 5 generations. It is 20 acres of usable land for pasture for cattle. The other 70-some acres is a mountain. And when we went on last week to talk to the people that do the assessment, I asked how they calculated it. They kind of hem-hawed around and said that, well, it's based on some kind of a book. There was people called in, or they went to look at property. I said, we have 5 acres on our property that are lost. There was no way he went and looked at our property. And he said, well, it's up to me to show or tell how that is unreasonable. We have a cabin on that property, and that's it. Everything else is bare, minimum road, it's got ruts in it, where the cattle's been. You have to have either a 4-wheel drive or a UTV to get over it. Our home, he said, well, I said, how did you base that? And he told me something about a book that they use. And I said, well, is it based on square footage? Is it based on condition? Whatever. And he said, well, that there have been 300 sales in Wise County property over the last 4 years. And I said, well, how many of those were sold where we live? Oh, he didn't know that. He couldn't tell me that. But they have data. He couldn't provide that data. He said, it's up to me to determine if it's unreasonable. Well, how am I supposed to know that? I'm 70 years old. I have worked my whole life until I retired just a few years ago. And why do I have to prove how you came up with something, whether it's reasonable? I told him, I said, I went and looked at some properties and the values that are online. And I said, my property where we live is less than a half acre. There's properties in that same location that's more than that, that's valued less than mine. And I said, mine is average. There's nothing, like, no really nice stuff into it. There's no kind of improvements really that's been done since we purchased it. He said, well, look back and see that over the last 4 years, your property value has not increased. And I said, yeah, 37.5% from last year to this year. He said, oh, well, it's been over 4 years or 5 years or whatever it's been. Well, that's your fault for not, giving me an accurate figure. It's not mine. But I'm on fixed income, and I can't budget what you're going to assess me for if I don't even know what you're basing it on. And all this stuff about, that our county needs this or our county needs that, it's your own responsibility to balance the budget, to come up with the number we need. And besides that, I went and looked at 15 different businesses in our area. There was only 3 out of 15 that had a tax increase. The other 12 had 0 for the last 4 years. No tax increase whatsoever. But ours, citizens, is, and my farm, you know, the tax increase on it went from $600 to $1,200 and something. And it's just not supposed to be able to pay that. And you say that, well, we can do this, thing where you have the people who is, below a certain income. And, I mean, what's $200 when you have $1,200? And that's only on the farm, that's not on the house. And, I know my time's up, but, I mean, it's unreasonable. You go on, you know, you're responsible to balance your budget. You've not done it, cut the waste, cut the cross, cut the abuse, and then come to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Oh, good evening. I'm David Brooks. I live 5594 Madison Road. I'm 69 years old. I've lived in Wise my whole life. There's a period of time, about 5 years, after they closed the last cold surface mine that I worked at in 2012, I went to work for the equipment companies. Went to save, commuted, back and forth. Still maintained a home here. My wife worked in school system, school nurse, but we've lived and worked here our entire life. Proud coal mine, a great place to live in life. It's just such a travesty what's happened to the county. And I would encourage you all. The last I heard, you said you were going to ask department heads to look at cutting costs. In the private sector, I've been through many of those. That's the first thing you do, you look at your costs. And I would encourage the people here to go to judgesalaries.com, and you can see what department heads make in Wise County. We've got 338 employees. You look at neighboring counties, like Lee County, looks like they got 98 employees. Scott County, this is all 2024 data. Looks like Scott County got 196 employees. It even tells, you know, you can see salaries, high salaries. But I counted at least 20 Wise County employees with 6-figure salaries. And you can look, you know, I got a raise every year, working in the mines, I get a raise every year. But, you know, got more like 3%, 5% is a big raise. But, you know, typically it looks like it's been just say 6% increase from year to year, from 23 to 24. One guy, he got an $83,000 raise from 2019 until 24, a 94%. I'm sure, you know, it's COVID money. You know, we splurged off COVID money like everybody else. You know, prior administration, they threw money into the economy like drunk sailors, and everybody got drunk on that money. But it's gone. It's long gone. Hopefully we'll never have another administration. I lived through Jimmy Carter back in the 70s, and I always said he was the worst president ever until Joe Biden. I would really expect more out of you gentlemen. I really do. I really do expect it. And I would encourage you to look at ways of cutting costs. Get involved. Don't just tell your department heads, you know, see what you do. You look at what they're making. It's pretty outrageous. But really, all this is available, all you do is Google. I'm no tech wizard. But, and you look, I didn't really want to get personal, but I can't help myself. You look at PSA vehicles, there's 2 people in every vehicle. Every vehicle. And one's going this way, one's going that way. You know, they're everywhere, just like the NEOC buses. And they're good things, don't get me wrong. But you can just watch, and there'll be one person on the bus. And one's going this way, one's going that way, and here comes another. There's just so much waste. So much waste.
If you can conclude your comments, please.
And I totally support our police force. We have great police officers, but you can look and there's quite a bit of fat in there too. And you look and there's the same vehicles. You know, you can see them everywhere. So, I mean, just looking at like PSA, that tells me you've got twice as many people as you need. In that part, when you see all what's going on, you watch them work. And I appreciate what every employee does. I work hard my whole life. I work outside the cold, outside the heat. I know what it takes to work outside.
Again, can you conclude, please?
But thank y'all for what you do. Please look at making cuts. You all get involved. You're the boss. I had a boss probably told me 40 years ago, and he was the owner of the coal mine, one of the owners. But he told me when I was first getting into management, he said, you know, Dale, somebody's got to be the bad guy. So, you know, maybe y'all need to be the bad guy. Look at ways to make cuts before you ask us, the citizens, for exorbitant tax increases. Thank you very much.
My name's Douglas, not much of a speaker, I'm a preparer. This is wrong. Most of us.
Could you give me your address, please?
Over at your old mines. It's just wrong. I've lived all my life here. And I worked on strip jobs, but I've lived in the same house for about 48 years. Y'all taxed me every year since I've been there. 48 years you've got taxes. And it's getting, I'm retired. We can't afford it. We got insurance, everybody, you go get insurance, it goes up. They say, we can't do nothing about it. I had an accident in 48 years. But the insurance goes up because they say, well, it costs more to fix, or it costs more. That's fine, but I can't afford to fix everybody's. We had a budget when we was first married, and we went by it. And sometimes the gas in my truck had to last me to the end of the week. Payday. I didn't have somebody else's pockets I could reach in like you guys do. I had to do my own. I ain't got nothing against none, but I went to school with them, and I appreciate loving my brother. But us Social Security just can't afford this. Did y'all's tax increase go up? I say, did y'all's go up?
Yep.
Everyone else went up?
Yep.
As much as ours?
We pay the same as you.
Then why aren't you complaining? You make enough money that don't bother you? That's not good. That's not good. No. When he's talking about spending all the money for people, back when I was young, I remember the state and the county and stuff, they'd buy these trucks and stuff. They was trucks just cheap. Now off the line. Got every bill with them on. And you don't ask to pay for it off Social Security. It just don't work that way. You can't afford it.
Jennifer Martin. I live on Guest River in Norton. I'm not sure, we arrived a little bit late, so I'm not sure if this comment has been made before, but I realize that you all have to balance your budget, but I really feel like that you shouldn't do that by breaking the backs of the people that are carrying you. This is a very much a retirement community. I know you know that. I know you know the statistics. The people there's very few businesses. My husband and I have had a business in Wise County for 35 years. He's a building contractor, and there's never a time that we've ever went to a person and said, you didn't change a thing about your house, but we're going to go up 50% on you on the cost of this, and then be okay with it. It just doesn't work that way. And you know, balance your checkbook, but you're going to have to figure out a way to balance your budget without taking it from the people, the few remaining businesses in this area that are carrying you. Because we can't do it. We can't come up with the 50% more that you are asking from all of these people that you've heard them all say they don't have it. And I'm not saying we can't make it, because what am I going to do? I'm going to pass the buck on down to my renters. And they're going to suffer. And are they going to want to stay in Wise County? You know, it's just, I don't understand where the deficit came, and if it's a surprise to you or how that all came about. But I'm not opposed to a minimal increase, but I live on Guest River, and I don't know if any of y'all been up on Guest River, but it's not like prime property. And the Wise County Clean Committee, I don't know their regulations, and I don't know what they can do, but they really have not enforced any of that up where I live. But my home increased $100,000. Like, you all come did an assessment. I've had no improvements in the last 15 years, and all of a sudden my house is worth $100,000 more now on this assessment that you all increased. And then I'm going to get taxes on top of that. Like, you're going to increase how much I have to pay toward that extra value of my home. And you can just drive by my house and see, I don't know who paid me that for it, based on the community that I live in. So I'm not sure who did the assessments and how it came to be, but that being said, the amount of increase is exponential and ridiculous and unprecedented in my life of 60 years that I've lived in Southwest Virginia. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Alice Hughes. I live on Orchard Lane here in Wise. I just have one thing that I want to say to you. After hearing all of these comments, you should be ashamed.
I'm Suzette Robinson. I live in County Wise. I've been a real estate agent for 35 years. And my problem is not the primary, it's not so much that well, in an indirect way it is. But I know Commissioner of Revenue's office, Treasurer's office, Clerk's office, you know, I deal some of them with deeds and selling real estate and all that. And I know of at least 3 people, 3 women, that studied law while they were people. And they're now lawyers. I know that. They're paid big money. I've got 5 sheets that tell me what each individual in that courthouse makes. I
wish I could go sit on my butt 40 hours a week and make that kind of money. Some of them $140,000, $160,000, $170,000. Now, you can't even go in the courthouse. If you do go in there, the offices, there's maybe one person in that office, but there's 5 or 6 different people getting paid. I don't like the fact that we have to pay their salary, and then nobody shows up at work. You can call. You can't get an answer. They may call you back, they may not. If you would cut some of those salaries, and you all should know what those salaries are. I'm just an individual, just everyday, average person. You're on board of supervisors. You should be over all that and on top of what people are paying, or what they are paid. It's ridiculous. And if you don't know those salaries, I bet you Karen can get that information for you. I got it. And I really think that it's sad that we, the working people, are paying salaries like that. I would love to make $150,000 sitting on my butt. I go trying to sell homes. I don't make that kind of money. And I'm out every day. I listen to complaints. Hardly ever get patted on the back for anything I do. But that's okay. But I think definitely I know when I'm in debt, I know my time's up. But I know when I'm in debt, I've got to cut somewhere else to pay that bill. And you all should know that too. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kelly Norris. I live at 797 Ash Street in Rise. I initially wasn't going to say anything, but I feel like I have to now. This issue with raising the taxes on our homes. I know people are tired, sick and tired of hearing taxes, taxes, taxes. That's all you hear anymore. On TV, on the news, that's all you hear. Okay? The problem I have with this is my husband and I, we are on fixed incomes. And not only do we have to pay county tax, which is going up, we have to pay town taxes also. And on our vehicle, okay? That adds up to quite a bit of money to try to come up with when we pay these bills. We struggle right now. My husband was just up there earlier. Sometimes we struggle whether he's, between groceries or to get his insulin. Y'all may not have that problem, I'm sure you don't. But it's hard on people on fixed incomes, okay? There's times we don't have money for groceries. Our daughters have went and bought groceries for us because we struggle. Now, I want to know, with this tax increase, I want you to say to me how you can justify a 25% increase in your salaries. Have y'all ever had to go hungry? Have y'all ever had to have your children help you out? Probably not. So you don't know what it's like. To me, I think 25% hike in your salaries is quite a bit of money. And if that's based on $150,000, that comes to what, like $38,000 extra a year? That ain't right. That is wrong. It's wrong for you to do the people of Wise County like this for your benefit. Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Harvey. I live at 689 Street, Colton, Virginia. And my house went from $239,000 to $340,000. And it's a monster home that I bought for $110,000 in 2005. And, you know, I worked in the coal company for several years, about 35. I worked for coal mines for almost 40 years. I worked for one company 35 years. And when we got in the mine, we made cuts. We made cuts to survive. You know, they didn't cut wages, cut benefits, they made cuts to survive. They didn't get raises. They made cuts. Now, I know this means just to appease these people. I sat back there and watched this smear on everybody in his face. I'll lay. This is just to appease the people, I can't. Just to appease us, that's all this is for. Now, you know, one of y'all opened in prayer for this thing never started. This, one of the Ten Commandments is thou shalt not steal. This is stealing. This is stealing. One of them is being in judgment. That's all I got.
My name's Deborah Flanagan, I'm from Big Stone Gap, and I want to speak on a little bit of a different note. I know that people are here hurting. First of all, we're God's creation. And just like God provided the tax money and that fishes now, He'll provide for us. We need to trust God. But I want you all to know that one day we're all going to stand before God. Whether you believe in Him or not, you're going to stand before Him someday. Romans 14:12. Each of us will give an account of himself to God. 2 Corinthians 5:10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each one may receive what is due for what he has done in the body, whether good or evil. All I'm asking you is you better go before God and you better ask Him what He wants you to do. It's not about the pockets or money. These people, when you die, all that's not going to do you a bit of good. It might satisfy you right now. You might get bigger homes, fancier cars. But when you die, you're going to stand before God Almighty with nothing. Money won't buy you out of hell. Nothing's going to help you then except the grace of God and Him in your heart. And you better do the right thing now, so that you don't have to stand before Him someday and be sorry for what you did.
Good evening. My name is Rose Nelson, and I live at 6508 Gilman Road. And I have one thing to say. When I saw those tax papers, I was furious. My husband and I both served in service, and we worked on Hyden's off ever since he brought me here. And we can't get ahead. But when I hear how much everybody else is making, and we both make only $30,000 a year, and we're still struggling, and you still want more, I don't know where to get it. Unless I go to the bank for another loan. Now, I don't know how you appraised all these things, but my porch has been done twice because we used sawmill lumber and we can afford the real lumber. But where you got these ideas, I have no idea, and why you spend your money like you do, and all these lights downtown. I thought, why are there so many there? They don't even have that many in El Paso, Texas. So money to me looks like it's wasted here. And I'm ready to go.
there anyone else this evening who wants to speak, address this tax rate that we've advertised?
What is the tax rate? I got mine that to be determined.
Hearing or seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close this. All right, yes, sir. I'll yield.
My name is Shannon Vaughn, I live in Wise County. What is the tax rate on there? When I got my bill, it said, showed the increase in the value of my land, but it said tax rate to be determined. What is the tax rate?
That's why we're here this evening.
I think that my property paid for. I thought my property, probably been almost 30 years ago, paid cash for it, and I've been paying rent on it ever since. I'm renting. I think you all should forget about the tax increase. Go back to it. That's what I would have to do, as you're predicting. We're tired of this. Everybody is. Oh, well, okay. Maybe I see real estate people around. What are y'all trying to do? Run us all out of Wise County so you can buy that land and do something with it? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia Brock. I live in Highland Drive in Pound my whole life. When I got my assessment, me being very angry is not what I would say. I was through the roof. Everyone I talked to and asked, their assessment went up the same amount of money. I stay home most of the time. Just like everyone else, mostly in this room, I'm on a fixed income. My mother always said you can't get blood out of a turnip. And I look at most of you all up there, this whole time when people are talking, and you look bored. You look like you're on the field. Or you're not listening because you know what you're going to do at the end of this meeting. It's wrong. Very wrong. And look at your person next to you. If you vote for this 25% increase, the person next to you at their next election won't be there. Somebody else will replace you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Parker. I live at 1531 East Grove Lane, and it's a county address. I'm also a small business owner, and my business is directly related to the small local businesses in this area. I have some billboards. I don't have many, but I can tell you that the business owners of this area have a hard time paying what I need as income to stay afloat. So you really should take that into consideration, because our small businesses are really not even able to afford this small businesses minor, fees to advertise. And we don't go with anybody that is out of that area. We only work with our local people because we're local. And that's what we care about. And we're proud of that. Really, please reconsider this
if you guys raise this tax rate, I won't be. But I can tell you that I will turn my 12 acres, 12 measly acres in some other people's, land amount, into a cemetery for my family to, offset those tax rates that you guys are trying to approve. Okay, thank you for your time, and I really hope you, each and every one, vote against this. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Randy Carter, 6338 Union High Road in Norton, on Gas River. Didn't study up on this much before I got here tonight. I know most of you guys. I want to ask everybody a question, and I really want everybody here to ask the same question. If you're going to raise my taxes 25%, are you also going to raise the landowners of the old coal mines, that owns all the coal mines in this area, in Virginia's, all the companies that own? Are you going to raise theirs to equal what you're going to charge me to live in this county? And I say that because I'm a resident here for almost 60 years, and I have watched the kids come out of school here all my life, wanting to work here, wanting to live here, wanting to build a house here. They couldn't find land because the coal mines all owned it. The land has been turned loose. Land is hard to buy in there. It's a good area to live in. But the land is hard to buy because it's owned up by some old, back in the coal mine in the 70s, 50s, or whatever, these land owners, I guess with politicians at that time or something, made their own rules and had such a little bit of tax to pay on the land, they just hold on to it forever. They can afford to do it because they don't pay those taxes. Are you going to raise their taxes too? And I'd like for everybody to ask that question. And I would like to research that out and find that out. Are y'all going to raise their taxes? Not just the people that, like us, that live here. They need to pay the same price we pay per acre of land. And if you say, well, it's just wooded land or whatever, some of these people here tonight, I've heard about farms and wooded lands and stuff. So let's look at assessing their land to meet what the coal miners, the coal landowners are paying. So I think there's a lot of things that you could do to get money from other people besides the back of the people that live here. These people make big money, still make big money on this land, but they don't pay the equal taxes that we pay. I think y'all need to, if you've not taken that into consideration, I think you should. I think you should. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, I do. We're gonna vote tonight. Y'all gonna vote tonight?
Anyone else wishing? Believe us, this gentleman come forward.
My name is Wayne Herman. I'm born and raised in Appalachia. Live in Big Stone Gap now. I think we all oppose these assessments and taxes that are proposed. But let's sort of change focus a little bit. Let's talk about the future. Let's talk about our kids and our grandkids, and even our great-grandkids. They may want to stay in this county when they get out of school, out of college. I think we need to do everything we can to improve our economy, a new economy. We need, is what we need to do. We need to get on the ball and do it. Because nobody's going to stay here if you don't have jobs for them, if you don't have good housing for them, you can't get the cost of living down. Who's going to be able to live here? Look down the road 20 years from now. Just look at the price of things now. Nothing ever goes down. Everything goes up. Utilities, groceries, gas. In 20 years from now, only people who will be able to stay in this county and survive it are going to be people that have got six-figure incomes. The people that have the average wages in this county, they're going to be gone, or they're going to be priced out of the market. Because nobody wants to lower the prices. Retailers don't want to lower their prices, they want to up prices. Everything else follows that. I just think we need to look at a future and prepare a good future, a good place to live, which it is. For our children, our grandchildren, and people still moving into this area. They're coming from different places, New York, restaurants in Big Stone. Several of the people come from out of town. So I think the main thing we need to do is focus on what we can do to make it easier to live in Wise County. Jobs, housing, good schools, which we have already. But I think we all need to get busy and work together to provide a future for anybody that wants to live in this county, especially our children. Thank you.
I'm doing this again, don't live in the hurricane. My dad was in the coal business, and everything, you know, went pretty well, and it was like common. Most people had a common denominator, and that was the coal, you know. And I know we moved away from it somewhat because, like some man said, it's these huge big companies that bought up the land, and they've kept it for years and years and years. And I've been this movement now to lower the taxes, but that will help a little bit, but not very much. Because whenever you think about having people on boards, no one specifically, they vote for themselves many times, and they don't consider the people that have lived here their entire lives. And here's what I'm seeing, is that whenever your property loses its value and you have to sell it, these people that are getting NGOs and things from our government, they're coming in, and I see them. I was in the store today, grocery store, and I cannot tell you how many people, and I'm not against foreign people, but I am when they get such a deal on our land. And I would love to sell my land because of the situation now, but to sell it at the price that it's been evaluated at, the only people probably would buy it would be people from other countries. You look at the Econo Lodge, you look at some of these things, and our a wonderful little hotel, whatever it was, in Wise. That wasn't American thought that way. I hate to be prejudiced, but it's the God's honest truth that we are letting other people buy out our property. And it's not because we can help it, because I remember going and fighting for the schools not to be closed. When they closed the schools all over the county, it hurt every town. It almost put every one of them out of business. And you could believe it or not, go back and check them. We called and wanted to talk to the guy that runs whatever it is, Commissioner Revenue, and we wanted to go talk to him, but he wanted me to make sure that I was up there early in the morning. And he said, I have to leave you. And I thought, thank you. But he wanted to leave early. So I just ended up not shutting up. I thought we're going to go and try to find out. It's the same old 7-6. I do remember one time we all met at J.J. Kelly High School. And they asked me, we're plenty of room. We all went out, and then we were fighting. Guess what else they wanted to do for our county? They wanted to give us a good present with trash. They wanted to start a big trash dump, you know, put all our trash in there. It's never a positive thing. And they talk about our schools. I'm not saying bad things about the teachers, but a lot of them are not well educated. That's the God's truth. Our children are leaving here, and they don't know how to do math. I've got some books that somebody related. Is that mail going up for me to get out of here? But I'm really short. I have some books that are over 100-some years old, and honest to goodness, the schools then had more education of people coming out of school than they do now. So, why is that? So I can say, man, this is Wise County, but you would think you have done down, not be talking about Wise County. So, thank you for your job, and you all take heart. If we don't stand up for our stuff, if everybody in here refused to pay their taxes, that might be a good guess.
Anyone else?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Elena Hash, 801 Rock Switch Road. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a real estate broker for 41.5 years and still am, because Social Security doesn't get it. I have a piece of property that the tax value or tax assessment went up $135,600. Now, I know a little bit about real estate value. It would be interesting to know what formula was used and just exactly how that assessment was done, because I have cameras on my property and no one was ever on my property from the county. I think a lot of this really just boils down this tax assessment. I know you probably have to raise taxes some. But a lot of this in the county, and I will reiterate what some of our another realtor said, it's hard to get anything from the courthouse. As a realtor, we are charged with the responsibility of getting demographics for our clients and our customers. And there's a lot of inefficiency going on at the courthouse. I don't know how many times I've been there. Oh, somebody's out to lunch. You come back 3 hours later, they're out to lunch. Or one day, they're not there. They just don't happen to be there today. I'll give you one example. I represented some folks, had a piece of property here in Wise. And my customer, who was from out of state, wanted some demographic information. So I went to the Commissioner of Revenue, and I knew that there was a gas line running through that piece of property, because I walked it and I could see there was some visual evidence. So I go to the Commissioner's office, and I asked them if they had a map, because my customer wanted to know the outlines of that gas well. So I go to the Commissioner of Revenue's office and I ask them if they have a map of the gas lines within that area. The gentleman looked at me like, deer in the headlights there. And I said, he said, no, we don't have any map of the gas wells. You're in charge of the gas wells in Wise County, and you don't have any information? No, we don't. I said, can you give me a phone number? Can you give me something? He gave me this one little piece of paper, and it reads Diversified Southern Product Production, LLC, P.O. Box 381087, Birmingham, Alabama. He gave me this little piece of paper to write them. No internet, no nothing. No phone number. All of this tax situation, and all of this stuff like this just boils down to inefficiency. And gentlemen, you need to get a hold of it.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close this public hearing, and I'm going to declare a short recess, and we will be back in session shortly.
They can't hear you.
Can't hear you,
They
Dave.
can't hear you.
Somebody back there turn the volume up. Can you hear me now? No? I said we are going to close public hearing at this point. I'm also going to declare a short recess, and we will be back in session shortly.
How long is that? 15 minutes?
10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe all board members are back. We're ready to resume our regular meeting. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation. The first presentation is our audit report. We have a representative from Robert Farmer and Cox Association. We appreciate you being here and hope you can endure the wait.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First off, I'm filling in for Emily Myers tonight who had a family emergency, and I'm going to kind of go over her presentation and then try to answer any questions you might have at the end, and some of them I have to hold for her. But on page 2, we have the results of the audit. In your handout, I should say that you have 2 reports in front of you. One's rather thick.
Be live on the mic.
And then you have the audit presentation. So I'm going to go through the audit presentation. I'm not going to go through the entire financial report. But you did receive what we call a clean and unmodified opinion on the financial statements. And that basically means we believe the financial statements aren't purely correct. You did receive clean opinions on your government auditing standards opinion and on your federal programs that we audited. We manually selected federal programs audited and did not have any issues with the ones that this year. Jumping right into the results of those financial statements on page 3, I've got a general fund summary for you, and I realize that I can do those numbers in the audience, so I'll tell you a little bit about them. I've got 5 years worth of data here. Again, it's page 3 of that handout that you should all have in front of you. And you can see at the top, general property taxes back in 2021, you collected just over $29 million. And then in 2025, you collected $29.4 million in general property taxes. The compound annual growth rate on that revenue source was 0.17%. So it was growing. If we look at the 5-year period, it grew from the beginning to the end at 0.17% per year. Other local taxes, that's going to be sales tax, any sort of other local taxes assessed, grew by about 3.2% for the fiscal year from $4.5 million to $5 million, and $4.5 million in 2021 to $5 million in 2025. You can see revenue from use of money property grew quite a bit, but it still ended 2025 at $1.45 million. And that's simply because interest rates are quite a bit higher today than they were back in 2021. Intergovernmental revenue, that's state and federal aid, grew at an annualized rate of 3.27%, and all revenues combined grew at an annualized rate of 3.42%. So the tax, really the property tax line was the one that lagged behind. And you'll see that in that chart in just a second, how that's funding less of your government today than on a percentage basis than it was back in 2021. Operating expenditures grew by 5% over that 5-year period. So from 21 to 25, we had an annual increase in operating expenditures of 5%. During that same period of time, average inflation was about 4.5%. So what we're seeing, and it's not unique to Wise County or other counties or cities or towns, but we are seeing costs are going up incrementally higher or faster than revenues. Overall, we did see an increase in overall fund balance over the 5-year period from 21 to 25 of 3.2%. But again, given the inflation levels that we have, that as compared to your budget, is just not holding up. Ending unrestricted cash and investment balance actually declined during that period from $20 million to $16 million. Again, that's unrestricted, so it's not restricted by an external source. It declined by 5% over the 5-year period. On page 4, you can see general fund balance. We've got that listed there again at the top. Ended the year at $28 million. Of that, $21 million were either restricted, committed, or assigned. And restricted is restricted by external sources. Committed is money you set aside for some specific purpose. And assigned is also money that's been set aside for some specific purpose locally. The unassigned balance ended the year at $6.5 million. And you can see back in 2021, our unassigned balance was $15 million, so we've had a pretty good decline over the 5-year period in that unassigned balance. If we compare that back to expenditures, and that's what we do, We take your total expenditures here at the county, your total expenditures at the school board, and we subtract off the transfer from the county to the school board. That ending unassigned fund balance stood at 5% of those total expenditures. What we like to see is at least 10%. And you think about, well, what's 5% versus 10%? Well, 10% or 52 weeks a year. So 10% means your unassigned balance is enough to operate for 5.2 weeks. So at 5%, your unassigned fund balance is just enough to operate for just a few weeks. And then ending cash balance as a percent of operating expenditures stood at 11%. Of course, that's going to include money that was obligated or committed to things other than the unassigned balance. On the next page, page 5, I really just show kind of, or Emily really just shows her presentation, how general fund revenues in 21 compared to general fund revenues in 2025. In 21, and I have to look through my bifocals to read the number, but in 2021, intergovernmental revenue is 43%. Property tax revenue accounted for 48% of your overall general fund revenue. Then that decreased in 2025, so property taxes account for 43% in 2025 of your general fund revenue. Intergovernmental is at 42%, and what's making up the difference is other local taxes as well as revenue for use of money property, which we did see an increase in during that period. So the reliance on local dollars actually, from a percentage standpoint, actually decreased over the 5-year period. Locally assessed, I should say. The next page, page 6, we show general fund expenditures for 21, 25. Not a whole lot of change here. Education was 25% of your general fund expenditures in 21. Stood at 25% of your general fund expenditures in 2025. There was a slight take up in health and welfare costs from 22% to 24%, likely driven by social services and CSA increases in costs there. And then finally, the next page, page 7, I'm going to go over your debt obligations at the end of the year. What's good to key in on here is the debt per capita. Back in 21, your total debt per capita, and when I say debt, I'm including all long-term obligations, and that's going to be pension obligations, anything that's going to be paid out over an extended period of time. Debt per capita back in 21 was $4,830. It's actually decreased during the 5-year period. Today it stands at $4,468. That compares to an unweighted state average of $3,548 from last year. We don't have the updated numbers yet for 2025. And when I say unweighted, we use unweighted because if we use weighted, places like Fairfax and Loudoun County would really drive these numbers higher. Their debt per capita is quite a bit higher than Wise County. But if we use unweighted, it gives more of an appropriate measure for you. So those numbers are slightly above the state averages, but not considerably higher than the state average. On pages 8, 9, and 10, we have our letter of no charge of governance. If we had problems during the audit, if one of the departments didn't respond to our inquiries, or the school board or one of the other functions didn't respond, we report that to you here. We didn't have any issues with that, so you got the boilerplate letter. We do talk about some of the major estimates in the audit. For instance, those pension obligations I mentioned just a minute ago. We ultimately don't know how long someone's going to be in the pension plan. So we ultimately don't know what that liability is. It's the best estimate today of what those future costs are going to be. So we do talk about some of those major estimates. So as you have time, I'm not going to read through there. It really changes in those underlying assumptions, not only to drive those liabilities quite a bit higher or lower, but they also drive your contribution rates quite a bit higher or lower, depending on the changes of the state in terms of their actuarial assumptions. We include copies of our recommended journal entries, and I'm not going to go through all those. It's just a matter of record. We're going to provide those to you. And then on page 20, I have an audit recommendation. She did receive a clean opinion in the audit meeting. We think the financial statements are materially correct. But we did have some recommendations for you on pages 20 and 21 of this handout.
I'll just hit the highlights. One is that we noted that the transfer in, the budget transfer in at the school board and the transfer out to the school board for the county didn't match in both budgets. So we want to make sure the school board and county get together and make sure that the original transfer and the final transfer budget amounts agree. That's on page 20. On page 21, you do have, and it's mentioned here, the minimum fund balance policy shortfall. You have a recommended minimum unassigned fund balance to maintain about 15% of your total annual operating budget. And unassigned balance fell short. Similar to what I said, when we add the two budgets together, the county and the school board, and then back out transfers, we want that number to be 10%. When you just look at the county general fund, you want the unassigned fund balance to be 50% of that fund's expenditure. So that did fall short as well, and we pointed that out to you here. Finally, another thing I'll point out, kind of midway down the page on 21, we did note that there were some departments that exceeded their appropriations for the year. So we want to make sure those departments come back to you prior to exceeding their appropriations and request a supplemental appropriation. Or this board can, of course, allow a transfer of appropriation from one department to another. And then finally, I include, or Emily included, the new accounting standards that are coming out on page 22 that Andre will have to implement, and the school board will have to implement next year and in subsequent periods. The work that goes into putting together the audit report, really, for your finance staff, the school board finance staff, is pretty incredible. We're talking about a pretty technical document that's 144 pages long, so it does take quite a bit of work. You know, I can't tell you, your staff does a good job of getting information to us, so we can pull together all the information that needs to go into that. Again, I'll tell you what, I'll stop there and try to answer any questions the board members might have about the audit or about the presentation.
Any board members have questions for our auditor? Don't believe we have any. Thank you for your information, your time.
Certainly, thanks for having me. At the bottom of that presentation, you've got our phone number, you have to call. You've got Emily's email. My email is the same as hers, but it's C Stone, the letter C, then Stone, S-T-O-N. If you want to email me with any questions, I'm happy to help you with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a request from the town of Pound to address the annulment of the town charter. Yes, sir.
I'm Clifton Cawthorne, I'm on the Town Council, and I appreciate you allowing me to be on the agenda this evening. The rising assessments are going to affect certain citizens in this county more than others. And the citizens that these rising assessments are going to affect the most are those who live in our towns. Because the towns, at least the town of Pound, sets how much it charges its citizens based on the assessments. So Pound, for instance, has a 44 cents per $100 in real estate. The same way that you all, by maintaining the same rate on real estate, are actually going to get an increase of 25%. That'll be true in the town as well. And so what I'm going to discuss tonight, actually the assessments that have gone out have put wins in the sails of those in the town of Pound who want to disincorporate. So, a little bit of history about the disincorporation debate in Pound. September of 2021, the Wise County Board of Supervisors, on a 7-0 vote, asked the General Assembly to annul Pound's charter. Now you might say, well, what's the big deal of this? Well, the people in Pound were largely opposed to this because we felt like this was a decision that should not be made in Wise and Richmond, but it was a decision that should be made in the Pound. And so I joined the people on the other side of this issue, and we called our delegates and senators, and we came to the Board of Supervisors meeting and said, we want to make that decision that's made, not Wise not General Assembly. We fast forward to November 2024, and we had an election. And there were 3 candidates who ran on the platform, Let My People Vote. One issue, and that was the ability of the people in the town to vote on whether or not they want to keep a charter. The number 1 vote getter, I got 218 votes. Gary Hall, who ran with me, got 196 votes. And next in line to us was Lyndon Powers. He got 158 votes. And the interesting thing about him is he did not take a position on this issue. And so those who did take a position on this issue, which is do not let the people vote, which was 2 incumbents, one had been in there for over 20 years, both lost in the last election. So the first thing Gary and I brought up in January 2025 was that we should give the county about making an agreement in order to be able to let people vote on this incorporation. Well, Lyndon, he is a very cautious man, and I appreciate that, a very thoughtful man. And so when the motion was made by the vice mayor to put it on the table for a year, Lyndon went along with that, and the vote was 3-2 to table the disincorporation vote for a year. Well, January 2026, I felt like I needed to bring it back up again, and this is when Wynn was coming out about his assessments, and so council voted 3-2 to begin the disincorporation process. Lyndon Powers voted with the majority on that. So the question you probably will ask is, well, what does this entail, and what does the town of Pound need from Miles County? Well, I've got here State Code 15.2-3700, and it says here a town may annul its charter in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. So what's in the chapter? Okay, 15.2-3701. Before initiating proceedings pursuant to this chapter, and that's where we're at right now, the before stage, a town council shall enter into an agreement with the Board of Supervisors of the county within which the town is located. The agreement shall provide for the transfer to the county of all the revenues the town receives, the services it performs, its facilities, including real and personal property, and other assets, including all debts due to the town, and for the assumption by the county of all of the town's indebtedness, bonded and otherwise. And some notes to make about this. Those of us who campaign on this incorporation, we want no services from the county, which means we want to be treated like anyone at Old Camp, anyone, Mill Creek, South Fork. We just want to be a part of the county. Once again, we are the youngest town. What I've heard, they incorporated so that you didn't need a C-store. I don't know, but that's what I've heard from the oral history. And so because we will want no services from the county, then we expect the county not to extract any revenues from us. There's a provision in this for a special, I think it's called a debt district. And since we owe no debts as a town as of right now, and we would have no services we would want special from the county, we would see no need to have a special debt, a special tax district for the town of Pound. So what would we like to see in this agreement? Now we are divided council, it's 3-2, and so I speak for the majority, but I don't speak for the whole of council. Number 1, here's what I'd like in the agreement, and maybe the county attorney could make note of this. It's very simple. The county will provide no special services for the town of Pound. No special services. You cross that corporate line, it'll be the exact same on both sides. Number 2, the county will not place Pound into a special debt district. That would be the second thing we would want an agreement. Number 3, the county will accept all assets of the town of Pound. And we do have assets, so the county would be benefiting from this merger. Number 4, any monies left over in the town of Pound accounts, which are not specifically designated will be refunded evenly to each of the taxpayers of the town of Pam. Now, designated funds would be things for like the police department. So police department funds could not go back to the taxpayers. Now, I would assume go to the sheriff's department or the county. But we would just want back the money that was in the general fund, evenly distributed to taxpayers in the agreement. So we go to section 15.2-3702, and it says after the agreement, and so this is where we're at right now. We need to have an agreement from the county to be able to put before the council. After the agreement has been reached, the town council may, by ordinance passed by a recorded majority vote of all members thereof, petition the circuit court for the county in which the town is located for an order requiring a referendum on the question of whether the town charter shall be annulled or repealed. And so this is once we get an agreement from the county, if the town council passes an ordinance stating we would like to accept that agreement, and then we have a public hearing like we've all had tonight, and we vote to move it forward, if we do, then at that point we would petition the circuit court about having this on the ballot in November. We do it right now. And we would have to make notice of the meeting, make notice of what we want to do. The Commonwealth's attorney would be alerted, the county attorney would be alerted, the chairman of the board of supervisors would be alerted. We would have to advertise this in the Coalfield Progress for 4 weeks in a row. So that's something the town would have to do. And at that point, the referendum then gets on the ballot. 15.2-3704, when publication of the notice of ordinance is completed, the circuit court shall require the regular election officers to put it on the ballot. The ballot shall be printed and shall contain the following: shall the charter for the town of Pound be annulled and repealed? That would be the question that would be on the ballot. 15.2-3705, it says, if the report of the Secretary of the Electoral Board shows that a majority of qualified voters of the town voted on the question submitted are in favor of the annulment shall be effective on January 1st of the year following the year in which the order entering such fact of record is issued. Which means that if we were to expedite this process and get an agreement from the Board of Supervisors, then the election could be in November, and if the people of the town of Pound voted to disannul the charter, it could take effect January 1st of 2027. In my opinion, this November would be the perfect time for a vote on this, because this November we have 2 council seats and a mayoral election. And so the people will already have candidates who are debating the issues. There will already be local interest in the town for the council members, for the mayor, and for this referendum. And we can have just a good old-fashioned debate, slug it out, and finally vote at the polls and figure out what the people of the town of Pound want to do. But in order to do this, we need to expedite this process to meet the early voting deadline and be able to get on the ballot in November. And so this is what the majority of the town council would like to do, is to get an agreement. And of course, we would look over that agreement with our attorney and decide if it's favorable to the people of Pound. If it is, we would vote to have a public hearing on it. If not, we would send it back to the Board of Supervisors to revise it and try to negotiate. But that is kind of an overview of what we're trying to do, the majority of the council. And I would be open to any questions or comments on this issue right now.
Any board member? Yes, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Councilor Cawthorn,
Could you use my phone, please?
where is
Should
one?
be a mic somewhere.
If I speak up, can you hear me? Okay, I'll talk loud like I'm in church. The only thing that would bother or worry me would be the retaining wall in the middle of town. Is that a liability? Hang on.
So the question is
Okay.
about the retaining wall.
Yeah, the retaining wall would be the only thing that I would have a concern about.
Right now, the town is working on making that into what's called a pocket park with a labor monument. This spring, Vice Mayor Lieber Kennedy gets credit for that. She's got the money for that. She's also got a FEMA grant she's working on, and one other grant, which the FEMA grant is dependent upon FEMA moving forward with this, and the other grant is dependent upon us getting our audits done. And we did get the pre-audit done at the last month's meeting. That was reported on, and at this month's meeting, which is Tuesday, we'll find out about the audit. But there are finances out there for us to fix that. It's just a matter of waiting on FEMA and then waiting on the audits to get done. And there is supposed to be a dedication of a monument there sometime this spring. Does that answer your question about that?
Thank you.
Any other board member have questions or comments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that maybe, would it be tonight or about next month, we could have an agreement before the board, do you know, or any?
Mr. Chairman,
Hey, yes,
if
ma'am.
I may, we are waiting for a list of the assets.
Did I send those to you by email?
I have not gotten those yet,
I did send those. I might have got the email address wrong.
and I checked today before we left. If you can send those
So
to
we can
me.
go and send them. I'll send them, I'll try to send them now, and then maybe check with the meeting and see if you got it. I will always do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is public expression. If there's anyone here that wants to address this board about any issue, we've heard a lot of your comments about the tax rates. But anything in addition to that you want to address this board, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
My name is Lee Montanay. I live at 4025 Dungannon Road, Coburn. I'm here on different business this evening, and that is to bring to the attention of this board and this audience the problems we're facing with the speed with which data centers and SMRs are being proposed for this county. I passed this packet out to all board members earlier this evening. I passed them out to as many people as I could get. I have some left. This is a series of questions that have been created with regard to the data centers and the SMRs, and this requires, by its very nature, that any forward movement on SMRs or data centers be stopped immediately until these questions are answered publicly and in full. So with a little bit of background, independent power producer Red Coast Energy and development firm Wise Innovation Hub Venture, also known as Oasis, have announced a major collaboration to build power infrastructure, for a large-scale data center in Wise County. It's called the Maverick Project, and it will be a 600-megawatt natural gas power generation facility intended to accommodate the nation's largest data center, right here in Wise County. The announcement is the result of years of strategic planning on the part of our regional leaders, identifying Wise County as an ideal location for data centers because of its abundant land and its sustainable geothermal cooling using water from abandoned underground mines. To this end, Wise County Industrial Development Authority, or IDA, and our local government have established the state's lowest tax rate, 4 cents on every $100 of assessed tax value, as an incentive for data center development in Wise County. Loudoun County, Virginia, in Data Center Valley, receives $4 for every $100 of assessed value. For
same tax incentive for data center development. For example, if a business, a prospective business, is valued at $1,000, their tax bill in Wise County will bring in a whopping $4 a year. In Loudoun County, that same business valued at $1,000 brings in $400 a year. A big difference. Finally, the proposed power plant will be built next door to the Lonesome Pine Regional Airport, where the planned data center is proposed. The partnership between Red Coast Energy and Wise Innovation Hub Venture is a strategic maneuver to transform our home, the heart of the Appalachians. And I ask you, gentlemen, if that's what you want your legacy to be in this county, that's what you approve. Thank you.
Lieber and Kennedy, 11249 Indian Creek Road, Pound. And I'm here to address Mr. Kaufman's comments. Gentlemen, would somebody take these and spread them out?
Thank you so much.
First off, I'm going to preface this sheet before you see all that with Mr. Kaufman is overreaching. The council's motion, Mr. Kaufman's motion, as a matter of fact, was for our attorney to contact the county's attorney to see what the county would offer us. At no point has there been any authorization to negotiate any sort of agreement. So I feel like he's overreaching greatly there. Now, the paper that I have given to you all shows where we were when I came on the council in November of 2021. You're going to see December 21 as far as the balance in our bank. By June, the end of that fiscal year, we had a balance in our account, and you'll see that in the bottom on the notes, of $62,637.13. By the end of July, we had $131,286.05, more than double. When I came on the council, you know, my feeling was we needed to be involved as council members. We had no employees with the exception of the police chief. And we had things that had to be done. We started getting notices from the IRS that we had a credit of $25,000. When I was finally able to get a hold of someone in the IRS, not only did we not have a credit of $25,000, we owed an additional $25,000 in 941 taxes. More than 2 years behind on those 941 quarterly reports. So 22, 23, 24, and 25, you can see what our bank balance amounts were. And at the end of 25, $415,427.37. We are not hurting. In addition, the grants have been misrepresented as well. We do have a Monuments Across Appalachian Virginia grant, which comes through BT and was funded through the Mellon Foundation. That's for the labor monument. In addition, we had 2 DEQ grants, which we have just reported out on and are waiting on an additional $125,000 to be reimbursed to us. That was a total of $175,000. The BDM grant, I don't have the exact amount, but around $500,000 for that retaining wall. And then the AMLA grant, which we're waiting on the audits. We do not have a pre-audit as of yet. However, the accountant does have 3 years worth of books to do the pre-audits. And hopefully by Monday, we will have the first pre-audit done to go ahead and send to the auditor. I appreciate your time, and if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out.
Good evening. My name is Doris Mullins. I am a council member, town council member. I live at 11703 Gordon Cantrell Highway, Pound, Virginia. And I have to say that I was born and raised in Pound, Virginia. I have a sentimental value to Pound, Virginia. I'm here speaking today about the town charter. I will go on record as to say that I do not want our charter taken, because I think we are proving that we are a town that needs to go and keep our charter. When I got on board in 2022 to help save the charter, I gladly accepted the offer because I wanted to save the town of Pound, my hometown. Pound has been my home for all my life, and I wanted to keep the charter. I had ties to the Pound. I was there when we were a booming town. I was there to see it go down, which broke my heart. When I got on the council, and entered the town office, I was just amazed at the disarray and the filing, at everything that was on the table. It was awful. We worked, a few of us that wanted to save the town and save the charter. We worked tirelessly after work every evening, every weekend, for several weeks, months really. So I think, it was just, I lost my train of thought a little bit. It was month, the weekend and everything. We also were given steps to take so we could save the charter. And we worked hard, accomplishing everything that we were asked of. Therefore, we got to keep our charter, because we did step by step and said everything we did in where we should. We have come a long way since then. We have a town that is moving forward. We have plans, grants, and the heart to see the town survive. I do take offense to the statement that we are all inclusive for doing away with the charter. I strongly do not approve of taking our charter. And I will fight as long as I can to keep it and help the town. The town is debt-free, and all of our administration has worked hard for that. Our administration works well together. We have grants. We do not need, we need police, we need maintenance, we do need our lights. As I say, we don't need anything. We can suffice with that, but without the charter and without who's going to be able to pay for all of that we need to keep the town going, we're not going to be there. And I don't think the county does, in my opinion, want to take on another town. And we've got more coming for the town of Pound that y'all don't really realize what is happening. We're going to push through, and we're going to make the town a great place again. And
Amendment to conclude remarks, please.
okay, that's it. I just am. Final statement is myself and our administration objective is to work for the betterment of the town. Thank you.
My name is Debbie Hill. As most of you know, I do not live in Pound. And I was even asked by one of the members.
What's your address, ma'am?
Excuse me?
Your address?
760 Lovelady Gap Road, Raleigh, Virginia.
Thank you.
was asked about a year ago why I had an interest in helping the town of Pelham. About 15 years ago, the mayor asked if I would join the effort to kind of promote the town. I have some ideas for outdoor recreation opportunities. And I was asked by the mayor if I would join some efforts to promote the town. And I kind of took on the role as tourism, promoting tourism. I've been doing that now for over 15 years. I've been successful in getting several grants for the town, to better the town. Even though I don't live there now, I grew up there. My family's been there for over 200 years. They're one of the first families in the town. So, I love that history. I love that area. And you don't have to live there to support the town. I do not wish, to see it, the charter taken. I feel like it's important for us to keep that. Someone said it's the youngest town, the last town to be incorporated. It's also the oldest community town. Even though we don't get the credit for that, we're the oldest community, and we're by years when it was official, I suppose. But we have a lot of history there. We have a lot of outdoor recreation opportunities. And without the town being there, I'm afraid that we're going to lose the support for some of those opportunities. Thank you.
Laura Cross, 6855 Harrison Road. I very much support the repeal of the town charter. My wife has business in town, rental properties. There are several other people who have businesses in town. None of us live there. We have taxation without representation. There was a war fought 250 years ago over that problem. And so we favored the incorporation of pound because we're being taxed and have no say in how the town is run. The town is an absolute disaster. Just drive down the main street and see all the collapsing buildings. Buildings are collapsing into the Pound River. Behind her property is a hillside about to collapse on top of all those buildings on the right-hand side of Main Street. The left-hand side is sinking into the river. Their buildings should have been torn down 100 years ago. They're still sitting there, rotting away. There's no business in Pound. Pound is an absolute economic disaster. Likewise, our good friends at VDOT have done nothing to repaint the white lines and the yellow lines on our main roads, US 23 and 58A, let alone the county roads. You cannot see the lines at nighttime. And particularly when these bright lights and these new cars blind us older people who are trying to drive. VDOT needs to be gotten here and kick their butts and get this cut out there and paint some lines. The town of Wise has nice lines you can see, but the rest of the county is an absolute disaster. Thank you.
I'm Ronnie Brock. I am a resident of Pound, and I've lived there for 30-some years. The tax, it puts a burden on us. We pay taxes to county and town. And you want to raise 25% on the county, it's going to raise it on the town also. So, we just, the common man can't afford that. And the town of Pound doesn't provide any kind of, they don't do anything for the citizens of Pound. All they do is the money. That's all I see. You pay them the money. They don't do anything for us. We used to have water. The water bill was a little cheaper, but now the Wise County's taking over. Now the water bill is going up, and the trash. The trash bill was a little cheaper. Now Wise County took that. So it's just as much as anybody else in the county. So they're not providing the citizens with any benefits. They're just taking money from us, but not getting nothing back. And I think it should go back to the county. Thank you.
Wayne Phillips, 6649 Union Hall Road, round two. Hope you guys have a good evening. Mr. Schoolcraft, I saw you a few minutes ago. I told you I had an idea. Bigger County needs to think about it. You're probably going to have someone build a power generation station. One of the aspects you definitely need to consider is it probably needs to be combined cycle. That's where they take the exhaust from the jet engine and use it to make steam and power another power generator. Not only that, the exhaust from these jet engines contain carbon dioxide. Right now, in Carroll County, they're building a greenhouse that uses natural gas boilers to produce carbon dioxide to raise tomatoes 6 weeks from plant to pick. We employ 120 some people. The Canadians are making that investment. The county I work for got the gas distributed. I know the way that works for us there is on the board of supervisors. I'm sure we could use some insight. If we want to use the natural gas we have in this area to power a data center that's for AI, which we're behind the Chinese, which the Chinese use the AI for facial recognition. They issue you a citation by facial recognition for walking across the street jaywalking. Because what we're going to do all this for and waste this natural resource we have is do everything we can to get every drop of return from that natural resource. Thank you very much.
I do have businesses in fact. I've owned businesses there for 18 years, and it has declined ever since I've been. Just as my husband, well, perhaps said, behind Rocky's building, the back end of the building has fallen into the river. Nothing has been done. Nothing. But they have plenty of checks all around the street, a lot of checks. And then my buildings, I've worked on them constantly. It's the most difficult place to maintain stability when it comes to people renting from it or whatever. And I'm paying double taxes, just as he said. What is happening to that town? It needs to be resolved. It doesn't need to be a town, but it may remain just what it is. It is a community. And I admire the minister, the things that he said. He's a very intelligent man, he keeps up his thing, and he knows what he's talking about family. And he's, I guess, served on the board or whatever. I have served on the board because you have to stay there. You have to be a citizen of family in order to have any really, influence at all. And they brought this situation up about trying to build a stage. It's having to come out of Flintwood. And then they have a stage sitting there that you look right over into Rocky Countryside that is falling apart like that. Rocks all everywhere. And then cats as well. So it's the place that you call family should be called disaster. That is the truth. It is pathetic. So I'm wasting my money, and it would take me holding a gun on somebody to sell that piece of property. I have to maintain it, as long as I live, I guess. But there has to be something done for family. I mean, it can't be a dollhouse that we put in there for somebody to be entertained. It needs real things done to that. We need street lights, we need better sidewalks, and we certainly don't need to put something, put people in harm's way to have a stage coming out of Clintwood with those 18-wheelers, they come down through there with a heavy speed, and they turn that corner, and there's another thing, that, whatever that is, that statuesque thing, should be removed. It's dangerous, especially 18-wheelers coming down there. And there's a lot of traffic around, but no business. And one of the most favorable businesses was the fabric shop they built. And then the man that owns the jewelry store, he doesn't live there. I don't live there. Linda didn't live there. Nobody that has any business there that I know of has anything to say about having this good. Because they have the fabric shop sold theirs. There's just a few months. So we're paying double taxes for something that's not really honest. You can see it. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you all very much. I won't keep you very long. I don't have that much to say. My name is Brenda Hurst. I was born in Pound. My family has been in Pound for probably a number of years, both my mother's family and my father's family. Come from a coal mining family. I moved away when I was young, grew up in Washington, D.C. I find all of this very tragic to see the community being torn apart. I have been here for a few years and I've observed the changes in the town council. Some people have been very energetic about wanting to see the town grow. We had a council who wanted to see the town grow when they got the charter back or saved it from being lost. And then we have some new council members who are determined, without a doubt, that we should lose it, go back to being a, quote, community that they think will save itself. Those council members will not volunteer for anything. They just sit back and vote calm on any new proposals that come up. And all you have to do is read the minutes of the council meetings to learn this. Then they come forward today, as Mr. Hawthorne has done, with a proposal that he read from the Virginia Code to get an agreement with you all to set forward something annulling the charter again. So you have to weigh all of this information that Mr. Hawthorne has proposed and has dreamed up by himself without any consultation with the other council members. So I think, looking at it from someone who hasn't lived in the area for a while, that maybe he should consult with his council and come up with an agreement that they want to come to you all as a whole, rather than him going out on his own. I find his actions deplorable, that he would go against the council and take actions to meet with you all. But that's his burden to bear, not theirs. I applaud their work, and I hope you listen to their side of the situation before you take any action. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Albrecht. I live at 205 East 3rd Street South in Big Stone. I know it's been a long night, especially for the board and everybody, and I'm glad people are still here. I just wanted to pick up on Lee. Thank you, Lee. I don't know if she's still here, but my goodness, she did excellent when she spoke about data centers and nuclear and gas plants coming here. I wasn't 100% prepared to speak, and I have many times, so I'll speak again about, the one thing she said is that apparently Rice County is being sold as a really good area to bring data centers and nuclear and gas and all that stuff. I would remind people, and some board members were there when we had these meetings at the University of Wise, where these experts came and spoke to us and explained the hazards with this type of data centers and nuclear, small modular nuclear reactors. And they described it as the radioactive waste, and I would like you guys to please try to remember that. The radioactive waste gets put into the ground and stays there forever, as Lee also spoke on. He said, I asked him, I said, you know, this is like honeycomb underneath our feet with the abandoned coal mines, and you know, a lot of the coal miners spoke tonight. They know better than I do what the land is like under our feet. And I asked him directly at that meeting, would you put nuclear here? And he said, absolutely not. We met with some other people that are make decisions in this area, and they said, no, that would be crazy. Okay? So, with all that being said, I have said before, I've understood that the board is our last line of defense. Well, I know there's a lot of steps that go or need to be gone through. Ultimately, the board decides the zoning. So I would ask you to please think about your legacy and where you want your great-great-grandchildren, if you want them to be in a nuclear waste field. Thank you.
Glenn Cameron, 11136 Highland Avenue, Pam. Right off the bat, I am the member that Mr. Coughlin spoke about, being on the board for over 20 years. It's actually 24 years as a council member. I am the only council member that survived the cleaning of 21, I guess you could say. Everybody walked away, even Mr. Coughlin. Number two, Mr. Coughlin came from Glen Allen, Virginia. His first meeting at the council I was at, the first words out of his mouth was, town needs to be incorporated. He's been pushing this since he's been on council. It ain't got nothing to do with the taxes. He has been trying to push this. He ain't gonna do nothing that don't benefit him. He don't volunteer for nothing in the town. I myself have volunteered over 26 years in the town rescue squad. I've got 40 years in the town fire department, and I volunteered for the town council. I didn't get a dime whenever I was on council, because I thought it was a public service. Mr. Cawthorn has pushed and pushed to get rid of the town. I don't know why, but he come in from Glen Allen, went to Dickinson County, then went from Dickinson County to Pam. He knows when he come in that he's going to pay those taxes. Then why do we live in town? Number three, we have a police force, but a lot of our employees with the police department and the other employees, they don't want to come down there. The reason being is it's unsure because of stuff like this right here. Mr. Cawthorn has pushed this, he's pushed the majority of our employees away because they don't have stability. Before he come on board, we had people in town, or employees, that retired from the town. You don't see that anymore. They're there 2 or 3 years, Mr. Cawthorn starts, they'll leave. We've had a lot of good employees, and stuff like this is what runs them off. I want to see the charter stay. I will fight for this town, because to be honest with you, as a member of council, I was arrested twice under false accusations, trying to get me off that board. I missed it by 1 vote this past year. Whenever the election was, I missed it by 1 vote. And I will stand and fight all I can. Mr. Cawthorn complains about the high taxes. It's up to them, just like I told you, the town sets the tax rate. So what's he got to complain about that he cannot fix with blowing it down. He just wants to see his town go away, and I don't know why. It's my hometown, I love it, I will live there, and die. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Renee Bell. I'm on the planning commission for the town of Pound. My address is 11233 Highland Avenue, Pound. First of all, let me say that I don't understand why anybody would be on town council who doesn't want a town. To me, it's kind of like the representatives we have in D.C. that don't represent America. Second of all, let me say the taxes. Every week we've nothing but taxes tonight. I get it, but the taxes deserve a purpose that you all try to push forward. I don't understand why people keep complaining. The taxes do go to certain things. But the biggest reason I do not want to lose the charter, or I don't even want to talk about anybody else taking over and voting for a charter, is because so many of our people in town are misinformed. They do not understand what it means when we lose the charter. All they keep hearing is they won't have to pay the taxes. That's it. That's all everybody says. I don't want to pay the taxes. Well, I'm sorry, that from $300 to $600 a year is breaking you. I get it. Nobody wants to pay those taxes, but that's, you chose to live there. You knew it was there. So I do not understand that at all. But again, it would not be a good thing to vote on this or to even talk about this until every citizen that lives in town is aware of what all they could possibly lose. They're not just gaining $300 to $1,000 a year by in taxes. There's multiple things that they will lose. I have spent different amounts of time with different people explaining to them what will happen if we do lose the charter. And they're very unaware. Absolutely no idea. I have watched people on the planning commission. I know how hard they're fighting for this town. I know how many hours these people put in trying to get grants to improve our town. Who's going to do that for us if we don't have a town? We got nobody. I mean, I'm assuming everybody in Los County is busy doing what they're supposed to be doing. So who's going to take on the job of town? We don't pay no money, no nothing. Nobody. Nobody does anything for nothing anymore. Nobody does. Very few people, I won't say nobody, very few people do things that are good to their heart. And if town has something that costs money, is Wise County just going to go, yeah, we'll pay that? No, you're going to put a fee on us. You're going to put a tax on us. People don't understand that. So please, we do not want to lose our charter. He does not speak for all of us. We are very proud people of the town of Bell, and we don't want to lose it. Thank you for your time.
Starting to stagger from the evening. It's been very nice to hear from all the residents. For over 2 years.
Name and address, please.
Sharon Fisher, 19 million. Okay, sorry. For over 2 years, their constituents have come and expressed concerns, as has been said, about data centers, SMRs. Now it's microgrids, hydrogen hubs, carbon capture, all of these things being proposed for Rice County. And I think some of you have just heard about the pump storage project that could really threaten the community of Rhoda. And over this couple of years, y'all have never addressed any of our concerns. So, about 3 months ago, Mr. Hatfield told me, and I have this in writing, that if we wanted to ask you questions, we had to put them in writing, and then we would get a written response. We have never been told that in over 2 years. And I don't even know if that's your policy. On your website, you've had your phone number, you've recently added your mailing address, but only Mr. Peters has listed his email address. So communication between your constituents and you is very, very difficult. So I'm going to call on a couple of things that the members in each district start having town halls where we don't have all these protocols, and we can just have some dialogue and exchange ideas and express our concerns and for you to hear them. Also, and we've asked this before, and I know at your February 3rd meeting, you voted to start advertising for a new administrator. And we're asking that that hiring process be open and transparent, and that the candidate requirements should be a finance expert, a person of integrity, and a person that will be open to talking with the people. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address the board this evening?
Shannon Vaughn, Big Stone Avenue. I don't see what the benefit does is going to be having nuclear power plants in their area. I don't see any benefit for the data centers and all that. All it's going to do is drive up our energy costs for us, and we get nothing. Just like the coal companies coming in here. All they do is rape us and leave us with nothing. Hulks of towns, they grew us up and they left us because they used it up. Now, you know, all these other things come in, it's just going to use us up more, and we're going to have nothing. Landing, I mean, get real. You guys know what radioactive stuff is. Is it good for anybody? No. No to that.
Don't agree. I guess you were from Virginia. Wise resident for an address. While I understand the law concerns and things like data centers, just I personally believe it's likely to bubble it's going to pop. With a lot of industries coming in here, like I think the thing that's going to kill the county food and agriculture is improving in the industry coming in here. Because even one job making money is better than the entire population making minimum wage for the next 30 or 40 years.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close public expression. Next on the agenda is board comments. Mr. Johnson, you want to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a microphone, but I hope everybody can hear me. The hour is growing late. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out, spending your time here, and giving us your thoughts and your ideas, and sharing some very personal situations. It's hard to come to the podium and talk about personal issues that are troubling. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I just want to echo what Freddie said, and thank you all for coming, and we have heard you loud and clear. We have heard you, we're not, we may look like we're bored or we're tired, we are tired, but we have heard you all, so thank you all for coming, and appreciate your attention, and that's all I've got.
Well, it's been a long, dry evening, and thank you all for coming out and expressing needs and disappointments, and how this thing affects you. It is very strenuous and very effective on this board, and thank you all for consideration, and thank you for coming and being a part of this, I guess we would call it I don't know what we call it, a try, like it. Anyway, thank you.
Take on what the rest has said. Just thank you for bringing your comments and your concerns to the board. That's what it's all about. And we need to hear from you, and that will help us more about what we need to do to help you in the future. So just appreciate everything you said, and we want the concerns to keep coming, and bring your concerns so we can do a better job.
Mr. Peters.
Thank you all for coming out. I'm saddened that so many people left when they were wanting us to answer questions, and what do? They leave before we can answer questions. Can't win for losing. The lady that said that the data center rate is 4 cents, it's 24 cents, and that's published in the Coalfield. You can look at that. All these tax things were listed and everything. But not only if your taxes go up, your homeowner's insurance goes up. Because if your house is appraised at 35%, what's the insurance going to do? They're going to raise their rates 35% because it's going to cost more if you have a fire or hazard to pay for it. So there's long-standing things. But I've been on the board 2 years, and from the get-go, I've been preaching with not much listening that we need to cut the budget. And I think we need a minimum of $4 million, probably closer to 4.5 or something. Will it be painful? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it will be. But we can't operate Wise County with 32,625 people, according to the Federal Reserve, like we used to operate Wise County with 50,000. We can't do it. And out of that 32,625, 50%, folks, 15,000 to 16,000 people are on public assistance. Another 30% are like me. I'm on Social Security. I'm on fixed income. The government can take care of everybody in the world but American citizens, and you see this in the news every day. That just leaves, around 20% of people working. And you can't put this kind of burden on just that small amount of people. You really can't. We've got to cut. It's got to be painful. Do I enjoy that? No. As far as people saying, I've sat here and listened to everybody tonight. I think there's a decorum when we sit here. I'm not going to jump up and down and hoot and holler if I agree with you, and I'm not going to boo you if I don't agree with you. That's not how these meetings work. As far as right now, wait till we get to 2030, which is not far off. When the census comes and they reevaluate our population, if it's down even more, we're going to lose positions. The state of Virginia allows us a deputy for every 1,500 people. If we've lost 7,000 or 8,000 people, figure that out, how many more deputies we're going to lose. It's just a cascading effect. My kids had to leave Wise County to find work. I did this because I don't want your all's kids to have to leave too. It's got to stop somewhere. And I want to mention pay one time. I'm not making $150,000 a year here. The pay for supervisors, the last time it was up was in 1982, and it was $600 a month. How many of you out there want to make what you made in 1982? I remember what I made, and it wasn't much. The Code of Virginia says that we can only increase pay every other election year, and it has to be a certain month, and it has to be all these things. If you take $600 and $26, it's $24,108. And my salary is $12,000. Everybody's salary sitting right here is $99,000 out of a $72 or $74 million budget, whatever it is. Folks, that's a good talking for you, but nobody's sitting here getting rich. And I pay the same amount as gas to travel around. And this is more than just to come out once a month on Thursday for a couple hours. You wouldn't believe what we do. You really do. If you call me, you can follow me around all week, see the places I have to go, or the things we have to read. Here's a good example. This audit, the guy gave a quick synopsis, but this has to be read. And I know people have made statements in board meetings before that we either don't read or we don't understand. I read everything. I read white papers on data centers and things. They're going to be behind the meter, it's not going to run your electric bill up. That's what the natural gas generation is for. And the newer ones are self-circulating. They don't use any more water in a day than a restaurant does, a couple thousand gallons of water. And so you'll be tired of planning all these meetings and stuff. You'll hear about things. You'll be sick of hearing about this stuff when things get really serious. Same with the nuclear stuff. I probably won't be a board member when that stuff comes to fruition. It's years away. But thank you for coming. I'm free anytime. I've got my email, my phone number, especially if you're District 4. If you're not my district, you probably need to contact your elected guys up here. But I'll talk to you. I'll tell you the truth. You may not like it, but I'm going to tell you the truth so I don't have to remember what I told you the next time I talk to you. You all be safe. Thank you again for coming out.
Folks, thank you for coming out. It's been a long night. I'm not going to stand here and talk you to death, but I know it means a lot. It shows you that you're concerned or you wouldn't be here. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would echo the same things, that we do appreciate people coming out and offering their thoughts and suggestions. And, you know, I think we need to take a lot of these things at heart. The gentleman over here mentioned CO2 plant where they're growing tomatoes. I know that Virginia Tech a few years ago did a little experiment with some greenhouses with super enriched CO2, and the plants flourished. So I know there's opportunity with something like that. The other thing, I think Ms. Fisher mentioned that we maybe should contact Delegate Kilgore regarding taxing authority. We need to follow through with some of these things like that. You know, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't take into consideration the things that you folks have mentioned this evening. And I know that some folks have said, well, this is just a formality. No, it's not.
No.
We're interested in what you have to say. And we're faced with some difficult decisions too. When you start talking about laying people off, people losing their jobs, that sort of thing, that's critical issues. And I can say this about the board up here. I believe this board has Wise County best interest at heart. Thank you very much for being here.
I think my other microphone's working here. I'd like to echo what most of my fellow board members have said. We appreciate you being here. Yes, I have listened. This board has listened. You have valid concerns out there. They touch me. They touch my heart. I want to do what's right for our citizens. I want to do what's right for Wise County. I want to provide the best services at the least cost that you as citizens of Wise County need. Excuse me, I had a couple of pages of notes I was going to prepare to speak on, but I'm just going to try to speak from heart and tell you that I'm impacted just as you are some people asked about us. I had one piece of property go up $141,000, another one go up $106,000. Overall, and I'm a landlord, overall, my taxes went up 36.1%. I don't want to pass that on to my renters. I'm going to try my best to see what I can do. First thing is, I will not vote for a 69-cent tax increase.
Nope.
No way.
Nope.
Now, the next thing I want to say, I want to try to address the best I can the reassessment. And like I said, it impacted me, it impacted every board member up here, and we've heard from you all tonight how it impacted you, and it's critical. But our Commissioner of Revenue is required to assess property at 100% of its true value. Why do we have a shortfall now? Let me tell you one reason that I don't think you've heard. But I've heard it and I'm going to pass it on. The Commissioner of Revenue, he does assess personal property in Wise County. He does not assess public corporation commissions, such as some 2 or 3 people mentioned tonight, Virginia City Power Plant. That is assessed by the State Corporation Commission. It's assessed not every 4 years like we do. It's assessed every year. This year, the State Corporation Commission said that our Wise County assessment is at 81%, not 100%. That means that our overall assessment for Wise County was down 19%. That cost, I'm going to say us as citizens of Wise County, it cost us $1.9 million. That's revenue we've lost. Did this happen this year? No. The last reassessment was done 4 years ago. At that time, it was not at 100%. So we have lost revenue from our State Corporation Commission for the last, including this year, last 4 years. That's a significant amount of money. Do I like my assessment going up? No, I don't. Can I do anything about it? I can go talk to the Commissioner of Revenue. We're probably here tonight going to appoint a special committee to hear your concerns if you're not pleased with the report you get from the Commission. So there are steps that is provided you as citizens to appeal the process. The only authority I have as a Board of Supervisors is to set this tax rate. And I can guarantee you that the impact on me personally, I'm considering the lowest rate that I can consider while giving you and me, giving the citizens of Wise County the service that we deserve and need. I have heard that some of the salaries are high, that some of the departments may be overstaffed. So in conclusion, this is what I want to say. I want to say that we first of all are going to, me personally, my opinion is we're going to share this tax burden. What do I mean when I say we're going to share this tax burden? If you read the tax rates in the coal field, it's not just on real estate, but every category that we tax, we have increased. So we're sharing it among personal property, among business capital, among machinery and tools, among mobile homeowners. We're trying to make it equal, distributed out, so it's not one big burden on one group of people. That's the first thing I think we're doing. Second thing, I heard it loud and clear, and I can't count the number of times. We have to reduce Wise County government. That's a must. I hear you saying that. We have to consider that. The last thing I'm going to say, we will set a tax rate. The next thing that we have to do is to set a budget. Once we set that budget, which it may not be before May, or maybe sometimes we don't finalize that budget till June. But once we finalize that budget, we, county government, we have to build within that budget. We cannot overspend. So those are my thoughts that I want to share with you. I, again, want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for having the courage to come to this podium. I know it's not easy for some people. You're not public speakers. But thank you for coming here and speaking to us tonight. We did hear you. Next is our consent agenda. We've got a couple of items. The floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I heard Mr. Schoolcraft first, and Mr. Evans, I'll take you for a second.
Get it done.
Is there any discussion on our consent agenda? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Our consent agenda is approved. We don't have any unfinished or old business, so the new business is to adopt a tax rate. Floor is open for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, we have heard a lot from folks this evening. We have a lot to consider, and I would make a motion that we recess and look at these things and consider these things and see how they factor into us reducing our costs.
Second.
Second.
I heard 2 or 3 seconds. I'll take Mr. Schoolcraft as a motion and Mr. Bates sitting right beside him, I'll take him as a second. So we have a motion and a second to recess this meeting to a later date to establish these new tax rates. Is there any discussion from board members?
The only thing I would say is we would be remiss if we didn't do that, because if we don't, we're just saying what you said tonight means nothing. And believe me, we have heard you.
Any other board member? All in favor of setting the tax rate at a recessed meeting indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We will set that, and before we leave tonight, we will determine the date, time, and location for that recessed meeting. Next is a discussion to increase the real estate tax exemption for the elderly and the disabled, and to set, before we can adjust that, we have to set a public hearing. So what I'm asking the board tonight is to make a motion to have a public hearing on this matter on March the 12th at our next regular meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if it please the board, I make a motion that we,
I've got the motion
we
right
set
here.
the, public, oh, you have it?
Mr. Carter, you want to read the motion?
Yeah, let me read it. Let me read the motion.
On paper. That's the mic.
Where's the mic at? Turn it on.
I make a motion that we amend the exemptions for the elderly and disabled to increase it from $200 to a $300 exemption.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion.
Set a public hearing.
Carter, and I heard Mr. Atkins say second. And again, Mr. Carter, what was that rate?
We're going to go from 200 to give them a $300.
To $300. And that will be at a public hearing on March the 12th, our regular meeting.
That will help.
Any board member comments?
It's a good thing.
Yes, it's a good thing. It'll help. Disabled and the elderly.
All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will have that public hearing next month. Next is Virginia Coalfield Expressway Authority. We need a letter to support. They are the Virginia Coalfield Expressway under the direction of VC Jonathan Belcher has requested that we send a letter of support for two grants. One is a $25 million grant. The other one is a $5 million grant. The deadline for submitting letters to support these two grants is the 18th, next Wednesday. So we felt like we need to add this to the agenda tonight. So the floor is open for a motion to have the letter of support for the Coalfield Expressway grants.
So moved to.
I need somebody to finish the motion.
Motion to approve the letter for support for the Virginia Coalfield Expressway Authority.
Need a second. Mr. Bates made the second, Mr. Schoolcraft made the motion. It seems like we got a lot of support up here to submit a letter of support for this. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We will write those letters of support. Next is a resolution opposing House Bill 1374. Ms. Bones, could you just brief us what House Bill 1374 is?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, these last two resolutions opposing House Bill 1374 and 1377, they deal with the efforts against the VMI to restructure the VMI in Lexington, Virginia. And this is opposing the restructuring of the VMI boards and authority that they will have in Virginia.
Okay, and I'll take the first House Bill first. That's House Bill 1374. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Carter made the motion. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Atkins made the second. Any discussion on this House Bill concerning VMI and what's proposed? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Next is the resolution opposing House Bill 1377, same issue, VMI. Floor is open for a motion.
You have a motion, Mr. Chairman. Second.
I heard a motion from Mr. Atkins, a second from Mr. Bates. Board members, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have approved that resolution. Next is a resolution supporting House Bill 1314. Motion for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that is the resolution that was deleted. That House bill has been sent over to 2027, so it's been considered we would address it for.
Do we need any action to remove it from the agenda?
That was part of the initial motion. I know we added the additions in red, but it also included the deleted item in blue.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that was part of the setting out of the agenda.
Appreciate it. Next is we need a motion to approve our budget amendments.
So moved. Second.
Had a motion from Mr. Bordelon, a second from Mr. Peters to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Budget amendments are approved. Next is appointments. We're on page 53, so I need to get to that page.
Well, I haven't looked at it. What have we done, Steve?
The first one is the
Page
community.
53.
53. The first one is the Community Policy and Management Board. Members of this board are mandated to serve from specific organizations. Right now we have Mark Thompson. He's from the Corporate Service Unit. He's the director. Floor is open for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, if it please the board, I'll make a motion that we appoint Mark Thompson as director for our Community Policy and Management Board.
I second.
Mr. Peters made the motion, Mr. Bordelon made the second. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mark Thompson is appointed. Next is the Southwest Virginia Regional Jail Authority Board. Mr. Atkins, this is the board that you currently serve on. Floor is open for motion.
I will accept that, Mr. Chairman. I sat on a committee when we studied 25 years or more to bring the regional jail into effect in Southwest Virginia. So I've been on that board a long time. Thank you.
So I've heard Mr. Bates make the motion to reappoint Mr. Atkins. I need a second.
Second.
Mr. Schoolcraft made the second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Atkins, you're reappointed. Next is Virginia Coalfield Expressway Authority. Typically, it's the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. I'm appointed by the State Senate Committee. So I would like to appoint the vice chair, Mr. Schoolcraft, to be the Wise County representative on the Coalfield Expressway Authority. Mr. Bates made the second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Schoolcraft is appointed. Building Code and Appeals Board, this is a District 1 appointment. Randy Parton is the current member. District 1 down here in appointment.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to reappoint Mr. Randy Parton to the position.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lunsford made the motion, Mr. Carter made the second. All in favor of Randy Parton continuing on that board, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Good man, Randy is.
I believe that completes our appointments. I was thinking we were going to do that Board of Equalization, which is the board that will hear your appeals for the reassessment, but that is scheduled for next month, so we will make those appointments next month. Lost my agenda somewhere. Okay, we've completed appointments. Anyone have a request for closed session this evening?
No, sir.
No requests, so we will have no closed
I don't
session.
believe I could stand one
County Attorney report. No report. County Administrator. No report. Okay, this is closing comments from board. This time I'll start over here with Mr. Peters.
I think I said enough today. I don't even need a mic. Y'all be careful going home.
Mr. Bordelon.
See you.
Mr. Blunt.
Safe travels home tonight.
Mr. Carter.
Thank everybody again. Be careful going home.
Mr. Atkins.
Thank you all. Good night. Be safe going home.
Mr. Bates.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Schoolcraft.
Nothing further. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
And my comments are, you don't know how much we appreciate you being here, your comments. Thank you. Have a safe travel home.
Mr. Chairman, we need a recess meeting.
Now we need to recess the meeting, and I need a motion. I know that there's been some discussion for next Thursday, the 19th, but Mr. Lunsford tells me that that's his town council night. So what night, and I want to do it at 6 p.m. back at the school board auditorium. So we need a date that we can do that. Anybody?
Can we do it Wednesday?
Yes, Wednesday, the 18th, so
What time, Mr. Chairman?
6 p.m.
We That's perfect.
Yeah, that's church now.
How about Tuesday the 24th?
Write that on my,
The 24th is not good, I don't think.
I don't have a pen, and Randy don't either, write that.
We haven't decided yet, Bob. We haven't decided on the date.
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard the 18th.
That's church night, so some people want to find another alternative day.
Get all the prayer we can get.
Their hind parts are not as tough, so we're fine then.
It's Mr. Lunsford's county council meeting.
Can we do it the middle of the day, like 10 o'clock?
I want to do it in the evening when our citizens can be there.
Okay.
Is the 17th agreeable? That would be Tuesday.
Fresher than mine.
Okay, if the 17th is agreeable, I need a motion to recess this meeting to the 17th at 6 p.m. to the Education Center.
I had some all good therapy with mine. It helped me wonderfully.
I haven't heard a motion yet.
I make a motion, we do the 17th.
I second.
Okay, Mr. Schoolcraft made a motion to recess this meeting to Tuesday, February the 17th at 6 p.m. at the School Board Education Office. And I heard Mr. Borgwine second that. Any discussion? All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. We are recessed to the 17th.